This is part 5 of the Verdant Paradox, the second book in R.M. Stratton's military sci-fi series Concord Horizon. If you like the audiobook, the ebook is available on Amazon at the link in the description. 47. The Hall of the Moon's Heart. Joseph had stopped noticing what time it was. That was probably bad. It was also probably useful. The lab had narrowed to light, symbols, translation overlays, and the soft, persistent hum of machines that did not care whether human beings had slept. The Aelari Prime node filled the main display in layers: geography, mythic language, religious phrase, patterns, old Kestrel survey fragments, cipher geometry, precursor resonance markers, and Joseph's increasingly messy handwritten notes arranged across 3 tablets and 1 transparent board Fevai had made the mistake of letting him use. Fevai said handwriting helped Joseph think. Joseph suspected she had only said that because the alternative was watching him mutter at a wall. The team had been working the Aelari Prime node intensively since the secondary signature had emerged. It did not behave like Eden. Eden's artifact had felt direct once the framework opened, frightening but legible in the way a locked door became legible when someone finally showed you where the hinges were. Aelari Prime was different. The cipher did not point at the artifact. It pointed at a story. Joseph leaned closer to the display, eyes moving between the translated Aelari religious narrative and the geometric pulses buried beneath it. Some of the language was still incomplete, reconstructed from Kestrel's cultural files and Marsh's surviving cache, but enough patterns had stabilized. Moon, heart, hidden relics, demons, stone that remembered. He rubbed his forehead. "Run the narrative alignment again," he said. Dr. Renteria looked over from the next station. "Joseph, we just ran it. Run it with the demon terms weighted against location avoidance instead of enemy categories." Renteria paused. Fevai's ears lifted slightly. "That is interesting," she said. "It's not calling them demons like a species," Joseph said. "Not exactly. It's marking places where something is forbidden because demons look for what the Moon Mother hides." Tegon clicked once from the far console. "Forbidden space encoding." "Yes. Religious taboo used as location control," Fevai said. Joseph nodded, already following the pattern further. "Not just control. Protection. The narrative tells people where not to go by making the place sacred and dangerous at the same time." Renteria entered the new waiting. The display shifted. Several mythic passages brightened at once. Joseph felt the room change. It was subtle. A pause. A breath held across 4 species, 3 languages, and enough caffeine to power a small shuttle. Fevai moved beside him. "Again," she said softly. "From the beginning." Renteria ran it. The highlighted phrases aligned with topographic markers from Aelari Prime's largest known temple complex. Mountain range, river approach, limestone caverns, ritual terraces, restricted priesthood access. One chamber at the complex center, referenced repeatedly but never described in direct physical terms. Joseph's skin prickled. "There," he said. No one spoke. He pointed at the chamber marker. "That's it." Fevai looked at him. Joseph did not look away from the display. "The artifact is not just at the temple complex," he said. "It's inside a chamber the priesthood guards but does not enter." Dr. Renteria whispered something in Spanish that the lab translator politely ignored. Tegon brought up geographic mapping. "The temple is within the western mountain range," Tegon said. "Same range as Thrihiel's confirmed surface landing zone." Joseph swallowed. Of course it was. The universe had developed an irritating commitment to narrative efficiency. Fevai's hands moved quickly through the interface. Temple designation from Kestrel religious files? Renteria pulled it up. Several incomplete translations appeared. The Aelari name had been difficult for Kestrel's linguists because it carried both anatomical and religious meanings. Heart, core, inner chamber, moon's living center, place where night kept memory. Joseph stared at the reconstructed phrase. The hall of the moon's heart, he said. The lab went still again. This time the words had weight. Not because they were new. Marsh had used them in the ground reports. Hansen's latest packets had mentioned them. Solari's priesthood guarded the story. The village knew the name. But now the cipher knew it too. That was different. The Eden artifact and the Aelari religion were not merely overlapping. The map had preserved the religious name as a navigational label, as if the story and the machine had been bound together long enough that the cipher expected both to survive. Joseph did not like that. He liked it even less because it made sense. Behind him, the lab door opened. Admiral Archuleta entered without ceremony, as he often did when making rounds, which usually meant checking whether Joseph had eaten, whether Fevai had slept, whether the lab had discovered anything civilization-threatening, and whether anyone needed to be reminded that coffee was not a food group. He took 3 steps inside and stopped. Tell me I walked in during the boring part. No, Joseph said. Archuleta sighed. Of course not. Fevai turned toward him. Admiral, we have confirmed the Aelari Prime node location with high confidence. Archuleta's expression changed at once. The Guardian disappeared behind the Admiral, though not completely. It never completely disappeared with him. Show me. Renteria transferred the alignment to the main display. Fevai summarized with the calm precision that made bad news sound survivable. The cipher identifies the active node through Aelari religious narrative. The relevant structure is the planet's largest known temple complex, located in the western mountain range near Thrihiel's operational area. Within that complex is a restricted chamber guarded by the priesthood, but not entered. Archuleta looked at the map. The Hall of the Moon's Heart, he said. Joseph looked at him. You heard it from Hansen's packets. Marsh's briefing through Hansen, yes. It matches. How closely? Thrihiel answered. Within error margins, completely. Archuleta absorbed that without moving. Joseph had learned to recognize the moment when adults understood something and wished very much they did not. The chamber's location is encoded in a story, Joseph said, where the moon goddess hides her sacred relics from the demons. The demons may originally have meant dangerous outsiders, or people looking for the relic, or both. Maybe the meaning changed over time. Thrihiel would have seen the same narrative in Kestrel's files, Archuleta said. Yes, Fevai said. But he may not have had the cipher confirmation. He knew the story pointed toward the temple. We now know the story points to the chamber. Coordinates? Thrihiel's hands moved. A point appeared on the terrain model, then narrowed, then locked. Confirmed, Renteria said. Geographic coordinates stabilized. Archuleta looked at Fevai. Can we get this to Singapore? Yes, Fevai said. Whether it arrives in time is another question. Joseph hated that sentence. It had become the hidden machinery beneath everything. No real-time faster-than-light communications. No convenient bridge screen where someone said incoming transmission from another star system as if physics had signed a waiver. Courier drones, windows, transit delays, relays when possible, silence when not. Space was not empty. It was late. Fevai was already moving, preparing stealth courier packet, priority Warden channel, destination Aelari Prime local space. Passive profile, tight beam handshake with Singapore if available. Archuleta nodded. Send immediately. Fevai did not wait for a second confirmation. The packet compiled on the display: cipher alignment, coordinate fix, religious narrative explanation, marsh correlation, recommended warning to surface team, note on Thrihiel, probable interest. Joseph watched the progress bar move. It felt offensive that something so important could be represented by a percentage. 72, 81, 94 cent. A small icon blinked outward from Earth toward a place so far away that the word "cent" felt like optimism wearing a uniform. "It may not get there on time," Joseph said. "No," Archuleta said. "It may not." Joseph rubbed his forehead again. "You know," he said, "the real answer to the Fermi paradox might be that every civilization eventually discovers there's no real-time faster-than-light communication and gives up trying to coordinate anything." Renteria laughed once, surprised. Fevai's whiskers twitched. "That is not a formally recognized solution." "It should be." Archuleta's mouth moved slightly. "You are saying humanity's science fiction lied to you?" "Repeatedly. I was promised instant subspace calls, quantum comms that did whatever the plot needed, and admirals showing up on screens at exactly the wrong time." Archuleta folded his arms. "As an admiral, I object to the last part. You do show up at the wrong time a lot. I brought brisket last time." "That was the right time." "Good, my record remains defensible." The lab relaxed by about 2%. Sometimes Joseph thought Archuleta did that on purpose, not the jokes exactly, the timing. He let the room breathe before it remembered it was still afraid. Fevai closed the courier log and looked back at the display. "The packet is away," she said. "We will continue refinement in case a follow-up window becomes available." Joseph nodded, already reaching toward his notes. Archuleta's hand landed gently on the top edge of the transparent board before Joseph could begin rearranging anything. "No?" Joseph looked up. "No?" "No," Archuleta said. "You are done for now. I'm not tired, Joseph. I'm not tired enough to stop. That is not the standard." Fevai made a small sound that might have been agreement. "Traitor." Joseph looked at the display. The hull of the Moon's Heart glowed in the western mountains of Aelari Prime, where Hansen and Himura were trapped inside someone else's religion, and Thrihiel was trying to turn myth into access. "I can keep working." "Yes," Archuleta said. "That is part of the problem." Joseph did not answer. Archuleta's voice softened. "The courier is sent. The coordinates are confirmed. Fevai's team can run the next refinements without you for 2 hours. 2 hours matters. So does your brain continuing to function tomorrow." Joseph wanted to argue. He had good arguments. Most of them sounded weaker before he said them. Archuleta glanced at Fevai. "Doctor?" Fevai did not hesitate. "Joseph should leave the lab for food." Joseph turned on her. "You were supposed to be on my side." "I am. That is not how sides work." "It is how responsible sides work." Archuleta looked satisfied. "Settled." Joseph sighed. It was not dramatic. He hoped. "Where are we going?" "Thai food," Archuleta said. Joseph blinked. "I've never had Thai food." Archuleta stared at him. The Admiral had faced interstellar crises, Kehlar attacks, alien artifacts, Senate oversight, and the administrative structure of the human coalition navy. Somehow, this seemed to trouble him personally. "You have never had Thai food?" "No." "Not even pad Thai?" "No." "Green curry?" "No." "Tom kha?" "I don't know what that is." Archuleta looked at Fevai. "Doctor, I am removing him from the lab for humanitarian reasons." Fevai inclined her head. "Approved." Joseph gathered one tablet. Archuleta pointed at it. "No tablets. It's just no." What if I need to write something down? Then you will suffer character development. Renteria coughed into her hand. Joseph put the tablet down. Archuleta guided him toward the door with a hand that did not quite touch his shoulder. Joseph appreciated that. He liked knowing the option was there without being moved like luggage. At the doorway, Joseph looked back. The Hall of the Moon's heart remained on the main display, coordinates locked, myth and machine overlaid in luminous lines. The truth had a location now. That should have felt like progress. It did. It also felt like narrowing walls. Archuleta followed his gaze. "We sent it," the Admiral said. "That is what we can do from here right now." Joseph nodded. Then he walked out of the lab beside him. For the first time in hours, the corridor lights seemed too warm, the air too ordinary. Somewhere ahead, beyond security doors and guarded checkpoints, there was Thai food he had never tasted, and a world that still had restaurants, even while another world waited to see whether gods, soldiers, and thieves would reach a sacred chamber first. He was not sure whether that made civilization fragile or stubborn. Maybe both. Maybe that was the point. 48. Drop. Petty Officer Jalen Osei was trying very hard not to think about the word tube. Tube was a bad word. Tube led to pipe. Pipe led to conduit. Conduit led to maintenance crawlspace. Maintenance crawlspace led to being wedged shoulder first between coolant trunking and power relays during academy damage control drills, while an instructor calmly explained that panic used oxygen faster than breathing did. Jalen was not panicking. He was standing, harnessed, in a stripped-down shuttle with 14 other people, all of whom seemed much more comfortable with the idea than he was. Shuttle 2 no longer looked like a shuttle inside. It looked like engineering had gotten angry at furniture. The 8 bucket seats were gone. The rear cargo racks were gone. The utility frame was gone. Every removable bracket, net, container, and convenience item had been stripped out until only the pilot's seat remained forward, with Ensign Gomez sealed into it in a standard white EV suit and tethered to the shuttle's flight life support interface. Everyone else stood in harness. Jalen stood at the back. That was deliberate. Varos had said it would keep him out of the Marine's immediate breach path. Staff Sergeant Molina had said it would keep him alive long enough to be useful. Ensign Gomez had looked at the layout and said nothing, which Jalen interpreted as pilot approval or pilot fatalism. Probably both. In front of him stood 12 Marines in green combat armor. Not EV suits, armor. Heavy, sealed, vacuum-capable armor with independent oxygen supply, integrated helmets, armored gloves, assault rifles locked to chest points, sidearms on thigh plates, breaching tools distributed across the front 4, and enough calm body language to make Jalen feel personally underqualified for war. He had a sidearm, too. The sidearm did not help. It sat on the suit mounted his hip like a polite suggestion that maybe, in the event of armed resistance, Petty Officer Jalen Osei might contribute something besides opening panels and sweating into his cooling layer. He also had an engineering toolkit attached to his suit. That helped a little. Tools were real. Tools had purpose. Tools did not ask whether one was brave. Tools only asked whether one remembered the correct sequence, used the right adapter, and did not force a connector because frustration was not a torque specification. Varos had told him that. Actually, Varos had said, "A connector that resists forces providing information. Do not punish it for communicating." Jalen had nodded like that was normal advice. Now, standing in the back of Shuttle 2 with 12 Marines between him and the pilot, he found the sentence weirdly comforting. The shuttle bay around them was already depressurized. That fact lived in the pressure readout on his helmet display and in the absolute stillness beyond the shuttle hull. The bay crew had evacuated. The air had been pumped into reservoirs. The internal bay lights had shifted to Operation Red. Beyond the shuttle's small side ports, the bay looked hollow and abandoned, a metal cave waiting for its floor to open. Except it was not the floor. The shuttle bay hatch faced downward. When it opened, Shuttle 2 would drop out of Singapore like a bomb. Like a bomber, Gomez had said during the simulation. The shuttle bay was the bomb bay. Shuttle 2 was the bomb. And the target was a hidden Lenian cargo hauler parked on the far side of Aelari Prime's moon. Bishop had told Gomez never to describe flight operations near Hernandez with that much joy in his voice. Gomez had said, "Aye, ma'am." Then he had done it again when Hernandez was not in the room. Jalen shifted slightly in his harness. The suit resisted, then compensated. He froze. Do not fidget. Fidgeting burned oxygen. Fidgeting made the Marines notice. Fidgeting made his stomach remember breakfast. Breakfast had been a mistake, not the food. The food had been excellent because Gibby apparently considered the period before a hostile boarding action an appropriate time to produce sweet potato hash, eggs, sausage patties, toast, and coffee strong enough to file grievances. Jalen had eaten like a man preparing for hard work. Now he wished he had eaten like a man preparing to be sealed upright in a small craft full of armored Marines and fired at the dark side of a moon. If he threw up in the helmet, he was taking it up with Gibby. If he survived. If he did not survive, the complaint would lack force. His breathing sounded too loud. The suit scrubbers worked quietly. The internal display showed green across his life support status. Oxygen, pressure, thermal, comm, waste capture, biomedical. Everything was working. The problem was not the suit. The problem was that the suit was around him. The problem was that the shuttle was around the suit. The problem was that the shuttle was inside a depressurized bay inside a stealth-running frigate transferring from Aelari Prime orbit into low lunar orbit to perform a covert drop against an enemy ship. First deep space assignment, Jalen thought. He had imagined more looking at stars. There had been stars, technically, mostly on displays. A voice came over the boarding channel. 2 minutes to release, Ensign Gomez said. The Marines did not react. Jalen did. Not much. Enough that the harness recorded it and tightened automatically across his chest. Rude. Staff Sergeant Molina's voice followed. Final check. The Marines answered in order. Alvarez green. Singh green. Baker green. Okonkwo green. Kwan green. Diaz green. Larson green. Mensah green. Price green. Ibrahim green. Walsh green. Molina green. Then Molina said, Osei? Jalen swallowed. Osei green. He sounded steadier than he felt. Thank God for comm filters. Gomez? Molina asked. Pilot green, Gomez said. Jalen looked past armored shoulders toward the front of the shuttle. Gomez sat alone in the only seat, white EV suit connected by flight umbilicals to the shuttle system. His helmet was forward, visor reflecting instrument light. He looked like an astronaut from an old museum image, except the museum astronaut had not been carrying a sidearm into a boarding action. Jalen had met Gomez 3 weeks before launch. Gomez was young, calm, and had the irritating habit of making difficult things sound like schedule items. Fly strip shuttle into stealth approach. Dock with hostile cargo hauler. Avoid making sudden history. All of it in the same tone. Jalen respected him. He also wanted him to be very, very good. A private channel indicator blinked. Varos. Jalen accepted with a chin motion. Petty Officer Osei, Varos said. The chief engineer's voice came through his helmet with the same steady weight it carried in engineering. Varos did not raise his voice when systems failed. He became more precise. Jalen had decided this was either inspirational or terrifying depending on proximity. "Chief," Jalen said, "review your first objective." That was Varos. No encouragement, no speech, no "you can do this, just function." Jalen clung to it. "Auxiliary control," he said. 64 meters from the docking hatch, 2 junctions down the main utility spine, then starboard through a pressure partition marked with Lennian industrial hazard glyphs. If the hauler layout matches your class schematic. It will not match precisely. Approximate match. Expect modifications. Primary task: gain access to auxiliary control and prevent launch. Preferred method: command lockout through thrust management and reactor output routing. Secondary option: disable engine command relays physically from auxiliary control. Tertiary? Jalen hesitated for half a second. Temporary life support suppression. Purpose: induce surrender without causing permanent harm. Hazard: if misapplied, can kill crew, contaminate atmosphere, or trigger emergency isolation that locks us out. Correct, Varos said. Do not overreach. No, Chief. Life support is leverage, not punishment. Yes, Chief. Do not attempt broad environmental disablement unless Molina confirms resistance remains organized and Hernandez authorizes escalation. Yes, Chief. Jalen knew all of this. Varos had made him repeat it through 2 simulations and 1 quiet review in engineering. But hearing it again helped. It pinned him to tasks. Auxiliary control first. The Marines would secure the docking hatch and breach corridor. Then Molina would confirm the route. Jalen would leave the shuttle with 2 Marine escorts and Gomez if the shuttle stayed docked and secured. The remaining Marines would begin the sweep. Command deck, engineering, computer core, crew spaces. The 2 Marines assigned to Jalen would remain with him as bodyguards while he worked. Gomez would lock the shuttle hatch behind them to prevent anyone using Shuttle 2 as an escape path. That part had seemed obvious once Bishop said it. Before that, Jalen had been focused on not dying and forgot the enemy might also not want to die. Varos continued, "Your tools are attached?" "Yes, Chief. Diagnostic bridge? Left thigh pack? Lennian adapter set? Right utility pouch? Hardline intrusion spool? Back mount? Manual cutter? Forearm clip? Personal weapon?" Jalen glanced down. "Hip mount. If you need the weapon, your bodyguards have failed or the compartment has collapsed. Use cover first. Weapons second. Tools only when protected." "Yes, Chief?" There was a pause. Then Varos said, "You were selected because you remain useful under pressure." Jalen's throat tightened unexpectedly. "Thank you, Chief." "This is not reassurance. It is assessment." "Yes, Chief." Somehow that helped more. The private channel closed. Jalen exhaled slowly. The suit counted it. He ignored the count. 30 seconds, Gomez said. The shuttle bay remained closed. Jalen's helmet display showed external feed from Singapore's tactical systems in a small corner. Aelari Prime behind them. The moon ahead. Singapore gliding under stealth conditions into a low lunar approach. No active emissions except those absolutely necessary. Thermal suppression. Minimal drive bloom. Passive sensors prioritized. The ship felt silent even through layers of deck, shuttle, suit, and vacuum. Somewhere above them, Bishop was flying Singapore. Hernandez commanded from the bridge. Varos watched systems and waited for his turn to board a captured ship if Jalen and the Marines succeeded. No pressure. The shuttle gave a tiny shudder as docking clamps shifted from full hold to release ready. Jalen's stomach objected. He told it to submit complaints through the chain of command. "Bay hatch opening," Gomez said. There was no sound. That was worse. The downward-facing shuttle bay hatch opened into space beneath them in perfect silence. The external feed showed lunar darkness below, gray-black terrain without sunlight, crater edges like ink against deeper ink. The moon was about the size of Earth's moon, Bishop had said. Close enough in gravity for human legs to be useful shock absorbers. Close enough for Apollo ghosts to haunt the mission design. Jalen had looked up the Apollo lunar module the night before. 2 astronauts, no seats, standing during landing. Built light because every kilogram mattered. Fragile-looking thing that had carried people down to a dead world and back up again because cleverness, math, and courage had agreed to cooperate. Shuttle 2 was not fragile. That should have made him feel better. It did not. Shuttle 2, Bishop's voice came over the main channel, calm and clear. Singapore is in low lunar orbit, drop vector confirmed. You are go for release, Gomez answered at once. Shuttle 2 copies, go for release. The Marines seemed to become even stiller. Jalen did not know how that was possible. Bishop's voice returned. Good hunting, Shuttle 2. Then Hernandez came on. Boarding team, this is Hernandez. Execute the plan. Secure the hauler. Come home. Godspeed. For one heartbeat, nobody spoke. Then Molina said, Marines, brace. Jalen braced. The clamps released. Shuttle 2 dropped. The lurch was not violent. That almost made it worse. One moment they were part of Singapore. The next, they were not. Jalen felt the change through his legs, harness, stomach, and teeth. The shuttle fell cleanly out of the bay into lunar night, silent as a thrown knife. His breakfast rose half an inch in protest. Not now, he told it. Not now. Gomez's hands moved at the controls. Clear of bay, Gomez said. Beginning stealth descent profile. Above them, the hatch of Singapore closed. Ahead, somewhere in the dark, Thrihiel's hauler waited. Jalen looked past the Marines, past green armor and locked rifles and helmeted heads, toward the pilot's reflected instruments. Auxiliary control, 64 meters from the docking hatch. First location, prevent launch, disable engines if required. Life support only as leverage, tools before panic. He breathed in. He breathed out. The suit accepted both. Shuttle 2 slid into darkness. 49, the march begins. By the 15th day, the platform had become a trap, not physically. There were no bars, no locked gates, no guards with weapons pointed at us. Evenal still treated the place as sacred ground. Solari's acolytes still brought water, food, and quiet counsel. Aileron's daykeepers still watched from the eastern guest area with enough discipline to pass for patience. Kethras's roadkeepers still drifted at the edges like smoke, trying to decide where fire would serve best. But the platform held us in place. That was the trap. Thrihiel had moved the fight west, toward the Hall of the Moon's Heart. Joseph's last courier packet, passed through Singapore during the previous night's window, had confirmed what Marsh had been telling us from the beginning. The chamber we needed lay inside the largest temple complex in the western mountains. The Aelari priesthood guarded it. They did not enter it. The location was encoded in religious story as the place where the Moon Mother hid her sacred relics from demons. Or, in less poetic terms, a precursor node had been buried under a Bronze Age religious complex and protected by taboo for long enough that theology and security had become the same thing. History had a talent for making bad decisions durable. We could not wait for Thrihiel to arrive there first, so we planned to walk 40 kilometers across jungle, broken stone, river cuts, ridge paths, and terrain. The Aelari had not improved for anything resembling a military movement. There were pilgrim tracks, hunting paths, river crossings, sacred approaches. None of them qualified as roads in the sense that moved people efficiently when those people included 1 wounded xenobiologist, 2 off-world officers being treated as deities, 3 Marines, and a moon priestess carrying the emotional weight of her civilization in both hands. I had commanded starships. I had led boarding actions. I had once spent 6 hours in a zero-G simulator after a cadet vomited inside his own helmet and forced the entire class to learn humility through smell. Somehow, planning a 40-kilometer jungle march with Bronze Age religious logistics still felt like the most complicated thing I had done. We met in the shade below the platform after the midday offering. That alone made the village uneasy. Aurelio and Silunara descending from the platform to discuss travel like ordinary people was not a gesture their framework liked. Aelari managed it by declaring that the sun and moon were turning their faces toward the western road. Aelari accepted that explanation with the expression of a man writing 3 counterarguments in his head and choosing to save them for later. Good for him. Growth. Aelari brought 4 acolytes with her. 2 young women and 2 older men, all moon priesthood, all dressed for travel rather than ceremony. Each carried a small pack, a short blade, water skins, and bundles wrapped in pale cloth. They looked frightened. They also looked determined, which was usually more useful. Marsh sat on a folded mat beside Nara, wrapped in shadecloth. Her face had thinned in the last few days. The medication kept her pain manageable but could not disguise the cost of sitting upright. Nara had stopped pretending not to notice every change. That made 2 of us. Kemov crouched over a map scratched into the dirt with a stick and corrected by Aelari every 3rd sentence. Chen and Russo stood nearby, listening. They had both become very good at looking like sacred honor guards while doing actual security work. The direct road is not a road, Aelari said through the translator. It is a pilgrim memory. Some stones remain. Some have fallen. The river has eaten part of the lower path. Of course it has, I said. Marsh coughed softly. Pilgrimage routes often preserve meaning better than usability. That is a terrible design philosophy. It is not design, it is devotion. Still terrible. Nara looked at me. Peter, I am expressing operational concern. You are complaining. Also operational. Aelari watched the exchange without understanding the tone, but with the faintest suggestion that she recognized its shape. She had spent enough time around us now to know when the Sunfather was being corrected by the Moon Mother. That was probably becoming doctrine somewhere. I chose not to think about it. Kemov tapped the dirt map. How far before dark? Aelari considered. If we leave while the sun still stands high, perhaps 5,000 long paces before night forces us to stop. 5 kilometers, Marsh murmured. Roughly, Bassie had told us from orbit through the last packet, before Singapore moved into her own operation near the moon. The ship could still cover windows, but not reliably enough for us to plan every step around them. Hernandez had to fight her battle. We had to fight ours. 5 kilometers today, Kemov said. Then full march tomorrow. Not full, Nara said. Everyone looked at her. She did not look at anyone but Marsh. Dr. Marsh cannot sustain a full forced march through jungle terrain. Marsh's eyes opened. Dr. Himura. No. The word was quiet. It ended the argument anyway. Marsh inhaled carefully, gathering dignity like a blanket. I know what I am. So do I. I am the only person here who understands enough of the cultural framework to keep you alive at the hall. Yes, Nara said, which is why you will arrive there breathing. Marsh closed her mouth. That was rare enough that I made a note of it. Kemov adjusted without complaint. Then we move in segments, early start tomorrow. Rest intervals, rotating support if needed. I can walk, Marsh said. Yes, Nara said. Until you cannot. Then we carry you. Marsh looked as if she wanted to object to the indignity. Then she looked at the acolytes, the Marines, Aelari, the village beyond us, and perhaps the mountain none of us could yet see. "I understand," she said. Aelari's hand tightened around her staff. She did not yet know the full shape of what she was protecting. She knew Thrihiel threatened the hall. She knew the place was sacred. She knew I had told her we were mortal, and that an off-world machine, a relic, lay within the story her people had guarded for generations. But she did not know the word precursor. She did not know about Eden's artifact in any meaningful detail. She did not know that the sacred chamber might be a device older than her civilization, and perhaps older than ours. She had accepted enough truth to become our ally, not enough to break her. I was not proud of that. I was also not ready to change it. Aelari looked up at me. "I have made pilgrimage to the hall twice in my life." The acolytes bowed their heads at that. "The first time," she continued, "I was young, and my teacher walked before me. The second, I walked as priestess of Evenal. I know the way. I know the sleeping stones, the river bend, the thorn lowlands, and the place where the path hides itself under roots." "That sounds like exactly the kind of path that should hide itself under roots," Rousseau muttered. Chen elbowed him lightly. The translator did not catch it. "Thank you, small mercies." "You do not have to lead personally," I said to Aelari. She looked at me as if I had said the moon did not have to rise. "I do." That was the whole answer. Not pride, not ambition. Duty. I understood that too. Aelari had requested permission to send daykeepers. Kethras's people had offered road guidance with the oily sincerity of men who wanted to be inside the next story when it happened. Aelari had refused both with language so formal that even Aelari had been unable to object without making himself sound small. This march would be moon-led. The Sunfather, apparently, was allowed to accompany. That was probably for the best. I had no idea where I was going. We decided the party before the village could decide it for us. Nara and me, Marsh, Aelari and 4 acolytes, Kimov, Chen and Rousseau. No more. Too many people would slow us down, draw attention, and turn a desperate movement into a religious procession. Too few, and we would walk into Thrihiel's shadow, without enough eyes to see the blade. Aelari did not like it. He approached while we were finalizing packs, bowing to the proper distance and making displeasure look devotional. "Great Aurelian," he said, "the daykeeper should walk before you." "The day has its place," I said. The translator carried it. His face tightened slightly. I continued before he could turn that into a speech. "Guard Evenal. Hold the eastern road. Keep order without pride." That trapped him in the blessing I had already given him. He knew it. Aelari knew it. Nara definitely knew it. Aelari bowed lower. "As the Great One commands." Great. Now I was using my own accidental theology for movement control. Command was just compromise as wearing rank. We departed in mid-afternoon, not with trumpets, not with a public rite big enough to become a holiday. Aelari insisted on a small blessing at the village edge. Water touched a stone, a crescent mark drawn in pale ash, an old phrase about the moon hiding paths from hungry eyes. The villagers gathered despite our attempts to keep it quiet. Of course they did. Villages were information systems with children. Nara stood beside me through the rite. I did not take her hand. Not in public. Not when we were leaving. Some gestures became scripture too easily. Marsh rode the first kilometer on her own feet, which she clearly considered a victory, and Nara clearly considered a monitored trial. Kimov set the pace. Slow, sustainable, no wasted bursts. Chen moved ahead with one Aelari acolyte as guide. Rousseau took rear watch with another acolyte who looked half terrified of him and half fascinated by his height. "Don't worry," Rousseau told her at one point. "I'm mostly decorative." The translator made an attempt. The acolyte looked more confused. "That one deserved to fail," I said. "Sir, I'm building interspecies morale." "You're building something." The jungle swallowed Evenal behind us within 20 minutes. That was humbling. From the platform, the village had felt like the center of the world because everyone behaved as if it were. On the trail it became sound, then smoke, then memory. The trees closed in. Vines dropped like cables from branches thick enough to hold small houses. Insects sang in layers. Birds or bird equivalents called from high places. And once something large moved unseen in the undergrowth with the confidence of an animal that had no interest in being named by off-worlders. The path existed because Aelari said it existed. Sometimes I agreed with her. Sometimes I suspected she was exercising faith. We crossed 2 shallow streams and one section of mud that stole Chen's boot for half a second before marine training and personal offense recovered it. We climbed a ridge cut with old stone steps so worn they looked natural, until the Aelari acolyte pointed out the crescent marks beneath the moss. We passed a standing stone where Aelari paused only long enough to touch 2 fingers to its face. Korath again, old memory watching us leave one sacred story and walk toward another. By the 4th kilometer, Marsh's breathing had changed. Nara heard it before I did. "We stop," she said. Marsh began. "I can. We stop." Kemov raised one fist. The party halted. Nara checked Marsh with the practiced efficiency of a physician working without enough equipment and refusing to let that become panic. Aelari watched, fear and reverence moving across her face in equal measure. To her, the Moon Mother tending the wounded witness was ritual and medicine at once. To me, it was Nara, trying to keep a dying woman alive long enough to save a world. Perspective mattered. It also did not change the work. After 10 minutes, we moved again. By nightfall, we had made 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers. I tried not to think about the 35 left. Kemov chose the campsite with Aelari's guidance, a shallow rise above a stream bend, bordered on one side by thick root walls and on the other by a patch of stones large enough to anchor a perimeter. The Marines established it without drama. Chen took first forward watch. Russo and Kemov placed small passive sensors from the limited kit Bishop had insisted we carry. They were not much, but not much was better than nothing. Aelari's acolytes prepared a small ritual fire, not large, not a signal. A carefully shielded flame in a shallow stone bowl, fed by dry chips carried in wrapped cloth and fragrant leaves that burned with pale smoke. Aelari explained it was not for warmth or cooking. It was to remind the night that the travelers had names. I decided not to object. Some things were too human to argue with, even when the humans were not human. Marsh lay on a ground mat beneath a light canopy stretched between 2 roots. Nara monitored her pulse, breathing, and pain response with what remained of the field kit. I watched Nara's face more than the readings. That told me enough. Marsh saw me watching. "I am not dead yet, Captain. You keep saying that like it's an argument." "It is. Then keep winning it." Her mouth moved faintly. "That is the plan." Aelari knelt by the ritual fire, murmuring words too soft for the translator to fully catch. The acolytes answered in low voices. Moon priesthood syllables joined the water and the insects and the distant calls of the jungle. Kemov crouched near me, rifle across his knees. "No contact," he said. "No signs of pursuit. Comforting? No. I miss when people lied to me for morale. No, you don't." He was right, annoying but right. Above the canopy, the stars appeared in fragments. Somewhere beyond them, Singapore was moving toward the far side of the moon, or had already moved, or was waiting in shadow, with Shuttle 2 packed full of Marines, and a young engineer trying not to think about how tight the compartment was. Because there were no real-time updates, no instant certainty, no voice from orbit telling me every piece was still in place. We were all walking blind in different kinds of dark. I sat beside Nara while Solari's fire burned low. No platform, no village, no formal distance. Just jungle, stone, breath, and the first night of a march toward the hull of the moon's heart. Nara leaned close enough that her shoulder touched mine. No one wrote scripture about it. At least, I hoped not. I looked west into the darkness where Thrihiel was already moving, where the temple complex waited in the mountains, where a chamber guarded by centuries of faith held something that did not belong to any of us, and might decide the shape of all our futures anyway. 5 kilometers down. 35 to go. The march had begun. 50 auxiliary control. Petty Officer Jalen Osei had expected the ride to be worse. That was not bravery. That was surprise. He had imagined shaking, rattling, hard burns. The sort of violent descent old war movies gave anything launched from a larger craft. Some part of him had apparently expected Shuttle 2 to drop out of Singapore like an actual bomb, tumble through lunar darkness, then spend the next several minutes reminding everyone aboard that Newton had held grudges. Instead, the shuttle fell cleanly. Then it flew. Smoothly. Gomez was good. Jalen did not know enough about piloting to say exactly how good, but he knew enough about machines to recognize when one was being handled by someone who listened to it. Gomez made small burns, not dramatic ones. The shuttle adjusted its vector with restrained taps of thrust and long, silent coasts. There was no atmospheric buffeting because there was no atmosphere. No re-entry growl. No vibration from air trying to tear them apart. The moon below was vacuum and stone, not sky. Unlike Apollo, they were not trying to land on a column of rocket thrust. That helped too. Shuttle 2 was not descending to the surface. It was crossing darkness toward a hidden cargo hauler using the moon itself as cover. The only shaking came from minor attitude adjustments, docking system warm-ups, and the occasional correction that traveled through the harness points as a tug against Jalen's ribs. His stomach, which had been preparing a formal protest since release, seemed confused by the lack of violence. Good. Jalen was not going to thank it. In front of him stood 12 Marines in green combat armor. They filled the stripped shuttle like the inside of a weapon. 2 compressed ranks, harnessed upright, armor locked, rifles secured but ready. Their helmets faced forward, black visors reflecting instrument glow. Each carried independent life support, assault rifle, sidearms, spare magazines, emergency seals, and enough specialized equipment to make the shuttle's cleared interior feel crowded despite the missing seats. There was no extra space. There was barely existing space. Jalen stood at the rear in his standard white EV suit with his engineering toolkit mounted to his body and a sidearm at his hip that still felt more symbolic than useful. Gomez sat alone forward in the only remaining seat, also in a white EV suit, connected to the shuttle's systems, flying by instruments and passive feed. No one spoke unless they had to. That made every voice feel important. 30 kilometers, Gomez said. The shuttle's interior display showed only what the boarding team needed. Distance, relative velocity, time to contact, passive sensor profile, and the dark shape ahead beginning to resolve into something built rather than natural. The hauler appeared first as absence. A blocky outline against darker terrain, then angles, hull planes, docking spine, old Lennian industrial geometry that looked less like a ship than a machine built to convince cargo that travel was inevitable. Jalen stared at it through the shared feed. That was where he had to go, not theoretically, not in training, not in Varos's calm voice saying auxiliary control 64 meters from the docking hatch. There. Passive contact confirmed, Gomez said. No active scan from target, Molina answered from the forward marine position. Boarding team copies. Jalen's helmet display updated. Target power profile low. Too low for full readiness. Varos came on the command channel from Singapore. Shuttle 2. Telemetry indicates hauler reactor output remains in conservation range. Most non-essential systems are suspended. Gomez said, That helps. It helps until it changes, Varos replied. Jalen swallowed. Varos continued. Approach with maintenance handshake at 20 meters. Gomez, use the packet I loaded into your secondary channel. Copy. Jalen watched distance fall. 100 meters. 70. 50. At 40 meters, something changed on the hauler. The power profile twitched. Jalen saw it before anyone said it and wished he had not. Target power shift, Gomez said. Varos was already there. They are bringing systems online. Molina's voice remained flat. Detected? Unknown, Varos said. Possibly scheduled power cycle, possibly reaction, Gomez said. 25 meters, sending handshake. A small indicator blinked. The hauler did not fire. That was something. It also did not stay asleep. More systems began waking, docking collar, proximity grid, internal lighting, reactor output climbing by measured increments. The ship was not launching yet, but it had stopped pretending to be dead. Jalen felt his mouth go dry. 10 meters, Gomez said. The shuttle shifted beneath them, a careful lateral correction followed by a soft forward push. Collar alignment marginal. Bishop's voice entered from Singapore, calm enough to be insulting to physics. You can make it, Gomez. Yes, ma'am. The shuttle moved again. Jalen could not see the docking collar directly, only the schematic and feed. It felt like watching someone thread a needle while riding inside the needle. 5 meters. The hauler's power profile climbed again. 3. A warning flashed amber. Collar misalignment. Gomez said something under his breath the comm did not carry. Then the shuttle jolted sideways. Jalen's harness caught him. The Marines moved with it, armor shifting as one compressed mass. Clamp contact. The shuttle shuddered. For half a second, nothing locked. Jalen had time to imagine rebounding gently away from the hauler while it woke up, noticed them, and decided to turn Shuttle 2 into debris. Then the docking clamps bit. Hard. Lock confirmed. Pressure seal partial. Gomez did not wait. Hard dock. Seal partial but usable. Breach protocol. Molina's voice cut through everything. Marines move. The front 4 released from harness first. The choreography had been practiced until it looked less like motion and more like machinery. Rifles came free. Breaching tools came up. One Marine secured the shuttle side hatch while another checked the pressure status. Target side atmosphere present, one Marine said. Do not trust it, Molina replied. The shuttle hatch opened. Sound changed. Not because there was air between the ships that Jalen could hear through his suit. The sound came through contact. Metal strain, clamp vibration, the transmitted thud of armored boots entering the docking collar. The first Marines crossed. Then more. 10 Marines breached forward into the hauler, leaving 2 behind with Jalen and Gomez as planned. Molina's voice filled the channel. Boarding team inside, resistance. Gunfire, not loud through the suit, more like hard static shaped by impacts and transmitted through hull and comm. Contact front, Alvarez shouted. The next minute became fragments. Marines calling positions. Kehlar voices snarling through open corridor pickup. A weapon discharge warning. Someone yelling in Lenian. Someone else, higher and faster, speaking Choldran. Molina's voice overriding all of it. 2 non-combatants surrendering. Hold fire left. Hold fire left. Jalen's display tagged internal feeds as the Marine's helmet cameras mapped the corridor. The Lenian pilot surrendered first. Jalen saw him only through Alvarez's feed. Broad, gray-brown skin, hands lifted, eyes wide, speaking quickly in Lenian industrial dialect. The translator rendered enough. Contract pilot, not clan, not warband, surrender, surrender. Beside him, half hidden behind a console, a children engineer crouched low with both small hands flat on the deck, in what was apparently either surrender or panic with cultural specificity. His rodent-like face twitched rapidly, whiskers trembling beneath wide, dark eyes. "Freelancer," the children said through the translator. "Contract systems engineer. I surrender to recognized authority. Please do not shoot me." "Noted," Molina said. "Secure them." The Kehlar did not surrender. There were 7 of them aboard. 7 was less than Jalen had feared and more than enough to make the hauler a nightmare. The first 2 fought in the docking corridor and went down under stun bursts and kinetic impacts before Jalen fully understood the fight had started. Another fell back toward a cross passage, firing as he moved. 2 more tried to hold the route toward command. The last pair withdrew deeper, likely toward engineering or the computer core. The Marines split according to plan, but plans under fire became less clean. "Route to auxiliary control blocked," Molina said. A rifle cracked through the feed. "Correction. Route clearing." Jalen stood frozen at the rear of the shuttle, listening to other people fight over the 64 meters he was supposed to cross. His suit remained green. His oxygen remained green. His heart rate was not green. The suit tactfully marked it amber. He hated the suit. Gomez had unhooked from the flight umbilicals but remained in the pilot's seat, sidearm drawn, helmet turned toward the open hatch. He was calm, or very committed to pretending. "You good, Jose?" Gomez asked over local comm. "Yes." The answer came too quickly. Gomez glanced back. Jalen corrected, "Functional." "Better word." One of the 2 Marines left behind, Corporal Price, stood at the hatch with rifle ready. The other, Lance Corporal Ibrahim, positioned herself slightly ahead of Jalen. "En route secured to Junction 1, Molina said. "Resistance continuing forward, Jose, stand by." Jalen did not appreciate how much the phrase "stand by" sounded like "think about every possible way this can go wrong." He reviewed the route again. Docking hatch, main utility spine, first junction, second junction, starboard pressure partition, auxiliary control, 64 meters. If the schematic matched. It would not match precisely. Expect modifications. A connector that resists force is providing information. Do not punish it for communicating. "Junction 2 secure," Molina said. "Jose, Gomez moved to auxiliary control. Price, Ibrahim escort. Shuttle hatch locks behind you." Gomez rose from the pilot seat. Seeing him stand made the shuttle feel immediately less safe. "Copy," Gomez said. "Moving." Jalen released his harness. For half a second his legs had to remember they were not decorative. Then he followed. Crossing from Shuttle 2 into the hauler felt like stepping from one kind of fear into another. The docking collar was narrow, old, and smelled wrong even through the suit filters. Not smell exactly. Chemical trace warnings, metal residue. Kehlar musk proteins flagged by the suit as biological contaminant. Lenian cleaning solvents. Old air. Price went first. Ibrahim followed. Gomez moved behind Price, sidearm ready. Jalen stayed between them, which was exactly where he belonged, and exactly where he felt most useless. The first Kehlar lay against the wall under restraint foam, armor cracked, breathing but unconscious. The second was face down, stunned and bound. Jalen did not look too long. They passed the Lenian pilot, now kneeling with hands secured under marine watch, still talking rapidly. "I am licensed independent cargo operator. This contract did not specify religious war. I object to omitted hazard clauses. Gomez actually looked at him. Noted. The children engineer crouched beside him, hands restrained in front of his narrow chest, whiskers still twitching nervously. I also object, the children said. Also noted. Gunfire cracked ahead. Jalen flinched. Ibrahim did not. Keep moving, she said. They reached Junction 1, then Junction 2. A bulkhead panel beside the starboard pressure partition had been repainted and modified with a crude Kehlar override box mounted over older Lennian controls. Jalen almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because it was exactly the sort of thing Varos hated most, functional vandalism. This is it, he said. Price took position down corridor. Ibrahim covered the rear. Gomez stood just behind Jalen, looking toward the command route and then the panel. You can open it? Yes. He hoped. No, not hoped. He could. Jalen pulled the diagnostic bridge from his left thigh pack and connected the first adapter. It did not fit. Do not punish the connector. He changed adapters. The second seated with a soft click. Information populated his suit display in Lennian industrial shorthand. Old system. Modified access. Auxiliary controls sealed but not locked against internal engineering authority. Thank you, lazy criminals. He bypassed the Kehlar override, entered the emergency maintenance code Varos had drilled into him, and the partition opened. Auxiliary control was smaller than he expected. A half-circle console. 3 recessed stations. Wall displays dimmed. Manual levers. Old Lennian glyphs, a smell of dust, metal, and warm electronics his suit insisted on describing chemically rather than emotionally. Room clear, Price said after a fast sweep. Gomez moved to one of the stations. If this can reach Helm, I can work with it. Do not touch anything yet, Jalen said. Gomez froze, then gave him a thumbs up. Jalen reached the central console. The interface woke slowly, suspiciously, like an old man being asked to stand too quickly. More gunfire came over the channel. Molina, Kehlar falling back from command. 2 hostile active. 1 moving aft. Engineering team cut him off. Jalen forced himself to ignore it. Auxiliary control. Prevent launch. He found thrust management first. Locked out local ignition. The system resisted. He did not force it. He routed through cargo safety interlocks instead, telling the hauler its external load balance was unknown, and launch under current conditions violated industrial safety. The old Lennian computer accepted that with the bureaucratic dignity of a machine, grateful someone still respected forms. Engine start inhibited. Jalen's breath caught. I have engine lockout, he said. Varos answered instantly from Singapore. Confirm. Jalen transmitted the status. Confirmed, Varos said. Good, now secure against override from bridge. Working. Gomez looked toward him. Can they still launch? Not easily. Define easily. Not soon. I like not soon. So do I. The firefight continued elsewhere in the ship. Jalen moved deeper into the console layers. Bridge command still had authority if someone knew the right override. Kehlar probably did not. The Lennian pilot did, but he was kneeling under marine rifles complaining about contract language. Still, probably was not enough. Jalen isolated the command path, locked thrust relay, cross-linked reactor ramp to maintenance inspection hold. The hauler shuddered. For one terrifying second he thought he had triggered something. Then Gomez said, Power surge dropped. Jalen saw it. The hauler's reactor output stabilized below launch threshold. Not disabled. Contained. He opened life support control next, careful not to change anything yet. Airflow zones, temperature, pressure, scrubbers, compartment isolation. Leverage, not punishment. Price fired down the corridor. The shot cracked through the room like a hammer against Jalen's nerves. Contact aft, Price shouted. Ibrahim moved. Gomez raised his sidearm. Jalen hunched over the console because there was nowhere useful to hide and because if he stopped now, the hauler might wake up around them. Melina's voice came through. "Hold auxiliary. We have one hostile moving your direction." Jalen's fingers moved faster. He found compartment isolation for the aft corridor. Could he do that? Was it allowed? Aft corridor only? No pressure dump? Seal doors? Reduce airflow? Delay? He executed. A warning flashed. He confirmed. Somewhere beyond the auxiliary room, heavy doors slammed shut. The gunfire stopped. For 1 second, everyone listened. Then Melina said, "Hostile contained between partitions. Good work, Osei." Jalen stared at the console. Good work. His hands were shaking. The suit noticed. He ignored it. Engine start inhibited. Bridge override suspended. Aft corridor isolated. Life support nominal. The hauler was not secure. The fight was not over. There were still Kehlar aboard, still Marines sweeping, still command deck to take, still engineering to lock down, still a captured pilot and terrified children engineer to interrogate, still a hostile ship waking under them in the dark of a moon. But it was not going anywhere, not anytime soon. Jalen keyed the command channel. "Auxiliary control to Singapore," he said, and was surprised his voice sounded like his. "Engine control inhibited. Bridge override suspended. Launch prevented for now." Hernandez answered from orbit. "Copy, Osei. Hold that room." He looked at Gomez, at Price, at Ibrahim, at the old console under his gloved hands. "Yes, Commander," Jalen said. Outside auxiliary control, the firefight resumed in short, hard bursts. Jalen stayed at the controls. 51. Marsh's death. Marsh died before dawn. Nara knew before the rest of us did. That was not mysticism. It was not the Moon Mother sensing the passage of a soul, no matter what Aelari and the acolytes would later believe. It was training, experience, and the terrible stillness doctors acquire when the body begins telling them what it will no longer permit. We had made camp 5 kilometers west of Evenal, on a rise above a narrow stream. The jungle pressed close around us. Kimov had placed the Marines in a quiet perimeter, with Chen forward, Russo at the rear track, and Kimov himself moving between positions like a man trying to convince the darkness it had been audited. Aelari and her acolytes had built their small ritual fire in a stone bowl, the pale smoke rising in thin threads through the leaves. It was not for warmth. Aelari Prime had no shortage of heat. The fire was for names, Aelari had told us. Travelers in the night were less likely to be lost if the night was reminded they existed. I had not argued. By then, Marsh had been fading for hours. The day's travel had taken what the Kestrel raid had already stolen from her. Her wounds had never been properly treatable in the field. Not with what Nara had carried down in a disguised medical satchel, and not with what we could improvise from Aelari cloth, filtered water, pain medication, and stubbornness. The internal damage had been too complex. Infection had begun its quiet work. Pain had narrowed her breathing. Every kilometer had cost her more than she admitted. She had insisted she could continue. Nara had not contradicted her in front of the others. That was mercy, not agreement. After the camp settled, Nara sat beside Marsh beneath the shallow root wall where we had placed her mat. The roots belonged to a great jungle tree at the camp's edge, its trunk wide enough that 3 Marines standing shoulder to shoulder would not have covered it. The bark was dark, ridged, and threaded with pale veins that caught the ritual firelight. Aelari said trees like that were old enough for Nemera to know by name. Marsh had smiled faintly at that. "Good," she had whispered. "I would hate to be buried under a stranger." Nara had not smiled. She had adjusted the blanket, checked Marsh's pulse, checked her breathing, checked the wound sites, and then looked away for half a second. That was when I knew. There are looks you learn to fear in command. The engineer who sees a pressure curve and stops talking. The pilot who makes one correction too many. The Marine who looks at a corridor and knows someone is already waiting at the far end. The doctor who stops fighting the diagnosis. Nara did not give up. That would be the wrong phrase. She simply changed missions. Save became ease. Ease became honor. Honor became the work left to do. Marsh knew it too. "Dr. Himura," she said barely above a breath. "I am here." "I know." Nara leaned closer. Aelari knelt on Marsh's other side, hands folded around her moon priestess staff. She had been quiet for a long time. The acolytes waited behind her, frightened and solemn, old enough to understand death and young enough to hate being near it. Marsh turned her eyes toward Aelari. Then back to Nara. "You remember the order?" Nara's mouth tightened. "Yes." For several days Marsh had been teaching her. Not medicine, not history, not geology or field anthropology. Death rites. At first I had thought Marsh was only being practical. She had known her condition better than anyone except Nara. She had understood what the Aelari would expect if the god's attendant died under the eyes of the moon priesthood. She had taught Nara the invocations, the gestures, the phrasing, the order in which names were spoken. Aurelian first, not because the sun ruled death, but because the day bore witness to deeds. Selonara second, because grief came under the moon's care. Nimera last, because the quiet roots received what the body could no longer carry. Marsh had made Nara repeat the words until the translator caught the cadence. Nara had learned them. Of course she had. She was a doctor. She was Japanese. She understood rituals of death better than most of us aboard Singapore, even if they were not hers. She understood that the living required form when medicine ran out. Now the lesson had become real. Marsh's breathing changed again. Nara adjusted the medication one final time. There was almost nothing left to give. I stood several paces away with Kemov, close enough to be present, far enough not to intrude. Chen and Russo remained on perimeter, but both had shifted so they could see without staring. No one spoke over the night sounds. Marsh looked toward me. Her eyes were fever-bright but lucid. "Captain." I stepped closer. "Doctor, don't let him reach it first." "I won't." She studied me as if measuring whether that was a promise or a hope. Maybe both. Then she gave the smallest nod. "Good." Her eyes moved back to Nara. "Dr. Himura." "I am here," Nara said again. "Not goddess." "No." Marsh's mouth curved faintly. "Tonight you may have to be close enough." Nara closed her eyes for one heartbeat. When she opened them, she had made whatever decision needed making inside herself. "Yes," she said. Marsh exhaled. It took a long time. Then she did not inhale again. Nara waited. Doctors wait longer than everyone else. She touched 2 fingers to Marsh's throat, then to her wrist, then rested her hand lightly over Marsh's sternum. The jungle continued around us, indifferent and alive. Water moved in the stream. Leaves shifted in the night air. Somewhere far off, an animal called once and fell silent. Nara bowed her head. "She is gone," she said. Aelari made a sound I had never heard from her before. Not a cry exactly. Something smaller and more broken. The sound of a woman whose faith had already been bent too far, being asked to carry one more weight. The acolytes began to weep. Quietly at first, then openly. Marsh had been with them only days, but she had been the witness who taught the returned Moon Mother how to speak to death. In Aelari terms, that made her more than a scholar. More than an attendant. More than an off-world victim of Thrihiel's raid. It made her part of the rite. Nara did not move for several seconds. Then she stood. She looked very small beside the tree. Not weak, never that, but human. Aelari rose unsteadily and gave a command to the acolytes. They brought the green cloth she had prepared before sunset, when Nara had quietly told her what was coming. The cloth was deep green, almost black in the low light, marked with pale thread in a pattern of roots and crescent shapes. Aelari had said green was used when the dead were returned away from a village shrine, because green belonged to growing places and hidden continuance. Nara accepted the cloth with both hands. The acolytes helped her wrap Marsh. They did it slowly, carefully. There was no haste left now. The mission waited. Thrihiel moved somewhere west. Singapore fought its own battle above the moon, or had fought it, or would fight it. I had no way to know. Every instinct in me wanted motion. But death stops the clock around it. Ignore that, and you become something worse than late. Nara smoothed the cloth over Marsh's shoulders, then folded it across her chest. Aelari placed a small crescent token at Marsh's heart. One acolyte laid a river stone near her feet. Another tucked a strip of pale bark beneath the cloth near her hand. Marsh, who had spent her last days teaching us how not to destroy a civilization by misunderstanding it, now lay wrapped in its care. Nara stepped to the head of the mat. Aelari knelt. The acolytes knelt with her. I remained standing. Kehlar did too. Aurelian apparently bore witness. The Marines guarded the dark. That felt honest enough. Nara began in Aelari. The translator rendered the words quietly in my ear, but I listened more to her voice than the translation. She had practiced the syllables under her breath the night before. I had heard her. I had pretended not to. Aurelian, opener of day, Nara said. See the path she walked. Remember her deeds in clear light. She watched without hunger. She learned without taking. She stood before fear and carried warning to those who still breathed. Aelari bowed lower, shoulders shaking. Nara continued. Salu Nara, opener of night, hold the grief of those who carry her. Cool the burning heart. Let tears fall without shame. Let memory be gentle where pain has been sharp. The acolytes wept openly now. One of them whispered Marsh's name. Not perfectly, close enough. Nara turned slightly toward the tree. Nimera of the quiet roots, she said. Receive her gently. Return what was flesh to the deep places. Let the root remember what the road cannot carry. The ritual fire flickered. Nara lowered herself to her knees beside Marsh. For a moment she did not speak. When she did, her voice was quieter. The day closes. The night opens. The root remembers. Aelari repeated it. Then the acolytes. The day closes. The night opens. The root remembers. I heard Kehlar say it softly behind me. Not because he believed in Nimera. Because he understood respect. Rousseau's voice followed from the perimeter, barely audible. Chen's too, I said at last. The day closes. The night opens. The root remembers. The words were not mine. But Marsh was. Not in command, not in service, not even in friendship of long years. She was ours because she had been under our protection and had died helping us protect everyone else. That was enough. The burial took the rest of the night. We did not have shovels suited for the work. We had marine entrenching tools, Aelari blades and hands. Kehlar organized it without making a ceremony of efficiency. The grave was dug near the roots of the great tree, where Aelari said Nimera's path was strongest, and where water would not gather when the rains came. Nara stayed beside Marsh until the body was lowered. Then she helped. I almost stopped her. I did not. Some acts belong to the person doing them, and command has no right to steal them just because love wants clean hands. The green-wrapped shape was placed into the earth. Aelari added another crescent token. The acolytes placed leaves, stones, and small pieces of carved wood around her. Nara added nothing from earth. She had nothing suitable to give that would not turn Marsh's grave into an off-world claim. So she placed her hand briefly on the cloth. That was enough. We covered marsh where she lay. Her body remained on Aelari Prime. There would be reports later, notifications, archival entries, a line in Coalition service records, in Kestrel casualty lists, in some memorial database with her name, rank or title, place of death, and a sanitized description of circumstances. None of those would say she was buried beneath a great tree on a jungle world by a moon priestess. 4 weeping acolytes, 3 marines, 1 exhausted captain pretending to be a sun god, and a doctor who had just performed a death rite from a religion not her own and somehow made it true. That was what I could not stop seeing. Nara had crossed a line that no official report would understand. Until that night, she had been the object of Aelari belief. Nara returned, Moon Mother, healer, divine partner, a role imposed on her by need, prophecy, and our own desperate caution. But when she performed Marsh's rite, she became more than an object of the tradition. She acted within it. She spoke its invocations. She carried its authority. She gave one of our dead to its roots. You cannot do that and remain untouched. You cannot walk it back by saying later that it was cultural necessity, tactical restraint, medical compassion, or non-interference triage. All of those things were true. None of them were sufficient. Aelari knew it too. After the grave was filled, she knelt before Nara, not in the formal posture she used before the platform, but in something lower and more personal. "Lady," the translator whispered, though Aelari's voice nearly broke around the word. "You have opened night for the one who served you." Nara looked down at her. For a moment I thought she might say, "I am not a goddess." She did not. Not tonight. Instead she said, "She served truth." Aelari wept harder. Nara's face held. Barely. Dawn came pale and unwelcome through the canopy. The ritual fire had burned down to ash. The grave was covered with leaves and marked by 3 stones at the roots of the tree. No name was carved. Aelari said the roots knew. The road knew. The moon would know where to look. We packed in silence. Marsh's absence changed the shape of the party more than her presence had occupied it. There was one less mat, one less careful pause for medicine, one less voice to translate culture into warning, one more reason not to let Thrihiel reach the hall. Before we left, Nara stood beside the grave. I joined her, but not too close. She looked at the stones for a long time. Then she bowed, not deeply, not theatrically, just enough. A doctor to a patient, a woman to the dead, the moon mother to the roots, all of them at once. When she turned away, her eyes were dry. That worried me more than tears would have. Kimov gave the order to move. The acolytes lifted their packs. Aelari took the lead. Chen moved ahead with her. Russo checked the rear trail. Nara walked beside me as the jungle brightened around us. No one spoke for the first hour. Behind us, beneath the great tree, Helen Marsh remained on Aelari Prime. Ahead, the hull of the moon's heart waited. And at dawn, the party moved on. 52 Queen Mary. Petty Officer Jalen Osei discovered that there were few things worse than being useful during combat. One of them was becoming temporarily useless during combat and being told to hold position. Auxiliary control was secure. Mostly. The hauler was not secure. Mostly. That distinction had become the organizing principle of Jalen's life. He stood at the central console, both gloved hands hovering over old Lenian controls while alarms, status pulses, and outdated industrial warnings stacked themselves across his helmet display. The room smelled of warm electronics and stale air, filtered through his suit into sterile chemical categories that refused to acknowledge fear. Engine start inhibited, bridge override suspended, aft corridor isolated, life support nominal. Those 4 lines were his entire contribution to the battle. They were good lines. He liked them. He wanted them to remain true forever. Outside auxiliary control, the firefight continued in pieces. Not constant. That might have been easier to process. Instead, it came in bursts. 2 shots. Silence, shouted Marine call-out. A hard metallic impact. Another burst. Then nothing long enough for his imagination to perform unauthorized maintenance on his nerves. Gomez stood beside the secondary station with his sidearm up and helmet tilted toward the hatch. Corporal Price held the forward angle. Lance Corporal Ibrahim covered the corridor behind them. Both Marines looked exactly as calm as combat armor allowed, which Jalen suspected was a design feature. He did not look calm. His suit had stopped pretending otherwise. His heart rate indicator had gone from amber to a stern amber with a tiny medical advisory he had minimized twice. "Stop judging me," he whispered. Gomez glanced over. "Me? No, the suit. Mine's judging me too." That helped. A little. The waiting lasted forever. Later, when he checked the timeline, it had lasted 18 minutes. That felt insulting. 18 minutes should not be allowed to contain that much uncertainty. During the first 5, Molina's Marines secured the command deck but did not fully hold engineering. During the next 6, 2 Kehlar attempted to counterattack through a maintenance spine Varos had warned might exist, but no one had found on the schematic until a Marine discovered it by being shot at from it. During the next 4, the last active Kehlar barricaded himself in an equipment bay and tried to cut through a pressure partition into the auxiliary corridor. Jalen watched that on the internal map and quietly considered disabling atmosphere to the entire aft section. He did not. Leverage, not punishment. Varus's voice had become an unwanted conscience. In the last 3 minutes, the fight ended in short, brutal finality. Molina's voice came over the channel. "Last hostile down, confirming sweep." No one in auxiliary control moved. The phrase sounded too much like hope. 30 seconds passed. Then another Marine. "Engineering clear." Another voice. "Computer core secure. Command deck secure. Prisoners secured." Molina returned. "Boarding action complete. 4 Kehlar killed. 3 Kehlar in custody. 2 non-combatant contractors in custody and cooperative. 2 Marine casualties, no fatalities." Jalen closed his eyes. Just for a second. No fatalities. He had not realized how much of his body had been waiting for the opposite. Gomez lowered his sidearm slightly. "Copy, Staff Sergeant. Auxiliary control held. Engine lockout stable." Molina answered. "Good work. Hold position until relieved." "Hold position." Again. Jalen decided command language was designed by people who enjoyed suffering. Details came in over the next few minutes, assembling themselves into a picture that felt both better and worse than the unknown. 4 Kehlar dead. 3 alive and restrained. The Lenian pilot and Choldran engineer had surrendered early and were now very willing to explain that they were freelancers on contract, not members of Thrihiel's cause, warband, ideology, spiritual agenda, or whatever legal category would help them keep breathing. The Choldran engineer had apparently offered to provide system credentials in exchange for recognized leniency and no further body-directed weapons. The Lenian pilot had objected to every omitted hazard clause in his contract and then offered to help fly the ship anyway. Jalen respected both strategies. The Marine casualties were survivable. Private Alvarez had been hit where his armor was weakest, the flexible fabric between 2 plates at his left elbow. The round had torn through outer seal layers and cut deep enough to make his suit scream about pressure integrity, but not deep enough to take the arm or kill him. Alvarez had slapped a patch over the breach himself before the pressure drop could become serious. A corpsman-trained Marine had delivered a numbing agent through the armor port and wrapped the joint for stabilization. Alvarez's own report came through 5 minutes later. Tell Medical I only need to fight with my right hand. Melina answered, Medical says shut up and keep pressure on the patch. Copy, Staff Sergeant. Fighting right-handed and shutting up. You are doing one of those? The second casualty was Lance Corporal Quan. Concussive impact and cracked rib from being thrown into a bulkhead when a Kehlar tried to tackle him in low ship gravity. Quan remained conscious, angry, and medically categorized as transportable. That was the word everyone wanted. Transportable. It meant alive enough to move. Jalen stayed at auxiliary control while the hauler changed hands around him. The old ship resisted, not intelligently, but culturally. Its systems expected Lenian procedures, Lenian safety hierarchies, Lenian warnings, and a level of respect that the Kehlar modifications had apparently not provided. Every time Jalen found another crude override box or jury-rigged power bypass, he understood Varos's quiet offense more deeply. This ship had not been converted. It had been insulted. Singapore landed before Varos transferred over. That part surprised Jalen. He had expected the frigate to stay in lunar orbit, sleek and unreachable above them. Instead, once Hernandez confirmed the hauler was not an immediate flight risk, Singapore committed to a landing zone 3.7 kilometers away on the moon's dark side. Bassi had scouted the site during pre-mission planning, level basalt plain, low boulder density, stable surface profile, good line of sight to the hauler's position without exposing them to Aelari Prime. Bishop put the ship down. Jalen did not see it, but he heard Gomez react over the channel while monitoring the external feed. Beautiful landing, Gomez murmured. Bishop answered, I heard that. Intended, ma'am. Hernandez broke in. Focus. Aye, Commander. Because Singapore was landed, the shuttle bay was inaccessible for recovery. The downward-facing bay hatch could not simply open against lunar ground. That meant Shuttle 2 became a ferry, and Gomez became the busiest person on the moon. First, he took 8 Marines back to Singapore, including Alvarez and Quan. The shuttle, stripped down and still ugly inside, docked not with the bay, but with Singapore's port docking hatch on Deck 1. Jalen watched the transfer status from auxiliary control while trying not to imagine the wounded Marines standing in harness for the ride back. At least it was smooth. Gomez returned with Varos. That changed the hauler immediately. Varos arrived sealed in Lenian battle armor. Jalen had seen the armor only once before during emergency equipment checks. On Singapore, Varos usually moved in engineering coveralls, practical and broad and solid enough. In battle armor, he looked like an ancestral statue that had decided patience was over. The armor was heavier than Coalition Eve gear, dark and angular, built for a Lenian body and a Lenian idea of durability. It carried tools, weapons mounts, and an engineering interface pack that made Jalen's own toolkit feel like a child's school project. 5 Singapore engineers came with him, all in standard white EV suits for safety. They brought hardline kits, portable power stabilizers, data containment modules, emergency atmosphere scrubbers, 3 weeks of standard rations, and Gibby's care package. That last item arrived in 2 sealed food containers, strapped together with cargo tape and labeled in marker. Man cannot live on MRAs alone. Underneath, in smaller letters, Gibby 4-4 paraphrased. Jalen stared at it when one engineer brought it through auxiliary control. Is that real? He asked. The engineer nodded. He made Hernandez sign off on mass allowance. Of course he did. Gomez beside the hatch said, What's in it? Don't know. He said if we opened it before Varos gave permission, he'd know. Varos entered auxiliary control at that moment. He would, Varos said. No one asked how. Jalen straightened automatically. Chief. Varos surveyed the room. Not quickly, not slowly, completely. His helmet turned toward the central console, then the secondary station, then the panel Jalen had opened, then the lockout status still glowing in stable lines. "Report," Varos said. Jalen gave it. "Engine lockout stable. Bridge override suspended. Reactor ramp contained under maintenance hold. Aft corridor isolation released after marine sweep. Life support nominal. Command deck secured. Engineering accessible but dirty with unauthorized modifications. Kehlar prisoners in custody. Linian and children contractors cooperative." He expected corrections. There were always corrections. Varos made one small notation on his own display. Then he said, "Well done." Jalen stopped breathing. "Not for long. Long enough." "Thank you, Chief." "Well done is not dismissal. Continue assisting." "Yes, Chief," but the word stayed with him, coming from Varos. Well done did not mean polite approval. It meant the work had met standard under pressure. It meant the connectors had not been punished. It meant Jalen had remained useful. He would have preferred not to care so much. He cared very much. Varos took over the hauler's technical command within 6 minutes. It was not dramatic. He did not sit in a captain's chair because there was no captain's chair in auxiliary control, and because Varos was not interested in symbolism when systems were misbehaving. He connected his armor interface directly into the Linian control spine and began issuing instructions to the ship in its own industrial language. The hauler responded like an old animal recognizing someone who finally spoke correctly. Power stabilized. False alarms cleared. Improper Kehlar bypasses were isolated one by one. The bridge came fully under coalition control. Gomez went forward to review helm translation with the surrendered Linian pilot under Marine Guard. The children engineer was brought to auxiliary control, hands restrained in front of him, whiskers trembling less now that no one was pointing a rifle directly at him. "I can assist with data access," the children said. Varos looked at him. "You will assist accurately." "Yes. Accuracy is my preferred survival strategy." "Good." The Kehlar prisoners were secured in an empty cargo hold converted into a temporary brig. They had to be restrained separately. 2 had already attempted to bite through restraint foam. 1 had promised to kill everyone aboard in language the translator rendered with admirable restraint, and then flagged as culturally aggressive. Molina assigned guards and did not look impressed. The Lenian pilot, whose name translated awkwardly as Ralvin of Dock 7 lineage, agreed to help bring the ship back to flight status for leniency. He made it clear he had accepted a transport contract, not a holy war, not a planetary cultural contamination event, and certainly not a situation involving coalition Marines boarding from a stripped shuttle in lunar darkness. The children engineer agreed even faster. He had a shorter lifespan, a faster risk calculation, and no loyalty whatsoever to Thrihiel. Jalen found that practical. Once Varos confirmed the hauler could lift under its own power, the operation became movement. Singapore launched first. Hernandez did not linger on the surface 1 second longer than required. The frigate lifted from the dark lunar plain, climbed to low lunar orbit, and opened her shuttle bay once clear. Gomez returned Shuttle 2 to the bay at last, bringing the stripped craft home like a tool that had done something unpleasant and necessary. Then Singapore transferred back toward low Aelari Prime orbit to support ground operations. Hansen, Himura, the march to the hull. Jalen had spent the last hours inside a hauler full of old air. Dead, Kehlar, prisoners, wiring crimes, and the lingering smell of combat. He had nearly forgotten the planet below was still the main crisis. Nearly. The hauler lifted after Singapore. Unofficially, someone had named it the Queen Mary. No one admitted who. The name spread anyway. Human irony required very little oxygen. The ship was not luxurious. It was not graceful. It was not majestic except in the sense that any old industrial craft surviving a century of use had earned some respect by refusing to stop existing. Compared to the real ocean liner from Earth history, the hauler was a scarred cargo brick with questionable interior lighting and a lingering Kehlar odor the scrubbers were losing to on points. That made the name perfect. Under Varos's technical command, with Ralvin at helm under Gomez's supervision and Marines guarding every compartment that mattered, the Queen Mary rose from the moon and transferred into lower Aelari Prime orbit under her own power. Jalen remained in auxiliary control through the burn. He watched the status boards like they might betray him if he looked away. They did not. The reactor held. The engines answered. The bridge override stayed suspended until Varos allowed it back under controlled authority. The old hauler, insulted but not broken, flew. Only after orbital insertion did Varos assign the next task. "Computer core access," he said. The Children engineer flinched less than before. "I can provide credential pathways." "You will provide them." "Yes, providing." Jalen followed Varos and two of the engineers toward the core. The compartment was behind two manual hatches and one Kehlar-installed security plate that had been mounted upside down. Varos stopped in front of it. For 3 seconds he simply stared. Jalen felt unexpectedly offended on his behalf. "That is bad," Jalen said. Varos replied, "Yes." Then he cut it open. Inside, the core was messy, protected, and alive with data. Routes, payment ledgers, encoded messages, surface operation files, Kestrel raid references, cargo transfers, Thrihiel's fingerprints, not literally but operationally, enough to matter. Enough to make every risk of the boarding action suddenly feel less theoretical. The crew began mining the data immediately. Jalen connected containment modules, while the Children engineer narrated access layers in a voice that kept rising whenever a Marine moved behind him. Varos directed the work with absolute focus. Jalen's hands were steady now. That surprised him too. Maybe fear had a fatigue limit. Maybe work was simply stronger. He looked once at the main data stream as the first recovered files transferred into Singapore's secure archive over tight beam link. Thrihiel's operations were no longer hidden behind the moon. Not completely. Not anymore. Jalen Oze, first deep space assignment, stood in the captured hauler unofficially named Queen Mary, wearing a white EV suit that smelled faintly of his own fear, an old Lenian solvent, and realized he had helped take a ship. Not alone. Not heroically, usefully. For now, that was enough. 53. The March. By the 16th day, I had developed strong opinions about jungle. Most of them were negative. Aelari Prime's jungle was beautiful in the way a knife could be beautiful if someone polished it and then hid it in flowers. The canopy rose above us in layered greens, gold-veined leaves, hanging vines, pale blossoms, and shafts of sunlight that made everything look sacred until the ground tried to swallow your boot. The path Aelari followed was real. Mostly. That was the best thing I could say for it. It existed in fragments, old stones under moss, root steps worn by pilgrims, tree markers carved with crescent signs, stream beds that became trails when the water ran low, and ridge lines where the jungle thinned just enough to suggest we were not walking in circles. Aelari moved through it with the certainty of a woman following memory, faith, and terrain at once. Her acolytes followed her because that was what acolytes did when their priestess walked toward a holy place, under the protection of gods who were not gods and Marines, who were definitely Marines. Nara walked beside me when the path allowed it. When it did not, she walked where she was needed. After Marsh's death, she had become quieter, not withdrawn. That would have been easier to misread. Nara did not withdraw from duty. She folded grief into precision and then made it carry weight. She checked Aelari's people for dehydration. She monitored the acolyte's feet. She corrected my pace twice without saying she was correcting my pace. She kept one eye on the trail and another on the people who had started looking at her differently after Marsh's rite. That difference mattered. Before, the Aelari had revered her. Now the moon priesthood trusted her with grief. Those were not the same thing. Kehlar moved at the front with Chen for most of the morning, letting Aelari guide while he evaluated every bend for ambush. Russo took rear watch, which he claimed was because he liked seeing where they had already survived. "Optimistic philosophy," I said during one brief halt. "Sir, I'm a Marine. We take our optimism where we can get it." Aelari's acolytes did not understand the joke, but one of them smiled because Russo did. That counted. We made better distance than I expected on the 16th day and worse than I wanted. The terrain kept breaking our rhythm. A fallen tree forced us down into a ravine, where the mud came halfway to the Aelari's knees and nearly to Russo's patience. A stream crossing cost us 30 minutes when one of the acolytes slipped and dropped a bundle of ritual supplies into the water. Aelari looked more distressed by the soaked crescent cloth than by the possibility of injury. Nara handled both. By late afternoon, the jungle reminded us it was not merely terrain. The first warning came from Chen. He stopped so suddenly that Aelari nearly walked into him. Kehlar lifted one hand. Everyone froze. The sound came next, a wet clicking from the trees ahead, low and rhythmic, followed by the scrape of something large against bark. Aelari whispered a word the translator rendered as hunger with shell. I disliked that immediately. Something moved in the foliage. I saw armored plates, too many legs, and a head shaped like a shovel with black eyes set too far apart. It was not an insect. It was not a reptile. It was an Aelari Prime taxonomic argument that had grown to the size of a horse and decided we were on its trail. It clicked again. Russo from the rear whispered, "Nope." Kehlar did not draw his pistol. That was one of the reasons I trusted him. He looked to Aelari. She pointed slowly toward a cluster of pale pods hanging from a tree on the left side of the trail. Kehlar understood before I did. He signaled Chen, then Russo. The Marines moved with maddening calm while the hunger with shell continued evaluating us as either threat or cuisine. Russo cut one of the pods loose with a blade. It fell, split on the ground, and released a smell so strong my eyes watered. The creature turned at once. Another pod fell farther away, then another. The animal followed the smell into the undergrowth, clicking with what I chose to believe was satisfaction. We waited until the jungle swallowed it. Then we waited longer. Finally, Kehlar said, "Moving." "That was local wildlife management?" I asked Aelari. "Yes," she said. "What happens if you don't have pods?" She looked at me. "You climb." I looked at the trees, then at the size of the creature's leg hooks. "I'm not encouraged. You should not be." The 17th day was worse, not because of the wildlife, because of people. We had been moving since dawn, following a ridge path that Aelari said would bring us toward the old foothill approach by night if the weather held. The weather did hold, which should have made me suspicious. Nothing else had been that cooperative. The ambush came just after midday. It was not a good ambush by Marine standards. It was a very good ambush by the standards of people who did not normally fight Marines. The first Aelari stepped onto the path ahead of Chen wearing a half-mask of dark wood painted with pale lines. Then 2 more appeared behind him, spears ready, short blades visible, no armor beyond hardened leather and layered cloth. Kethris's faction, or close enough. Kehlar moved before they finished presenting themselves. He did not fire. He simply shifted the geometry of the party. Chen took one knee, pistol low but ready. Russo moved forward from the rear, faster than any Aelari expected someone his size to move. Kemov stepped between Aelari and the masked Aelari, one hand raised, his other near the pistol concealed beneath his civilian outer layer but not drawing it. "No one dies," Kemov said. The translator carried it. The masked leader said something about forbidden roads, false order, and the mask-bearer's test. The translator struggled with the ritual phrasing but not the threat. Aelari stepped forward. Kemov did not let her pass him. She accepted that for half a second, which showed how serious the situation was. "These are moon travelers under sacred purpose," she said. "Stand aside." "The road has opened to Velith," the masked leader answered. "The Hidden One calls all who would learn." Nara stood very still beside me. I could feel the trap, not tactical, religious. If we forced through, Kethris could claim violence. If we withdrew, he had blocked the sun and moon. If Aelari overplayed moon priesthood authority, Aileron's daykeepers would later use that. If I spoke too directly, every word would become another branch in the spreading theology. Kemov solved the immediate problem by being practical. The Aelari on the left twitched first. Not much. Enough. Chen fired a close-range stun pulse that caught him in the chest and dropped him backward into the brush. Russo lunged right, caught a spear shaft before it completed its thrust, and twisted it out of the attacker's hands with a motion so efficient it looked rude. Kemov stepped inside the leader's reach, struck the wrist holding the blade, swept his feet, and pinned him to the ground with a knee between the shoulders. The whole skirmish took less than 6 seconds. A fourth Aelari burst from the foliage behind us and met Russo's elbow, which ended his theological contribution. One of the acolytes screamed, then stopped because there was nothing left to scream about. No one was dead. 2 were stunned. 1 was pinned. 1 was face down in the leaves trying to remember how breathing worked. Kemov looked at me. "Non-lethal where possible," he said. "I noticed." Aelari was shaking. Anger, not fear. She approached the pinned leader and looked down at him with the kind of sorrow that had sharp edges. The leader spat words through the dirt. The translator gave me, "The mask tests false light." Aelari answered in a voice I had not heard from her before. "The mask also teaches fools where the road ends." That translated perfectly. She directed her acolytes to bind the 2 conscious prisoners with travel cord marked for priesthood custody. Kemov handled the restraints on the stunned ones until they woke enough to understand they were alive, captured, and surrounded by extremely displeased people. In the end, 2 trickster priests were taken with us under guard. The other 2, lower-ranking road followers according to Aelari, were disarmed, marked, and sent back toward Avenel with instructions to present themselves to the moon priesthood there for adjudication. I asked whether they would. Aelari looked down the trail after them. "They will if they fear the roots more than the mask." I decided not to ask what that meant. Some questions were best filed under local jurisdiction. The captured priests walked silently for the rest of the day, hands bound, masks removed and carried by Aelari's oldest acolyte. That seemed to bother them more than the restraints. The mask mattered. Removing it without destroying it was apparently both custody and rebuke. Kemov approved. "Effective," he said. "Religious policing," I said. "Yes." "You sound impressed." "I am." By sunset on the 17th day, the ground had begun to rise beneath us, not dramatically yet, but enough that every step had a decision inside it. Roots gave way to stone. The air thinned slightly and cooled by a fraction. The jungle changed around the slope, taller trees replaced by harder, narrower trunks clinging to ridgelines and shelves of exposed rock. On the morning of the 18th day, we reached the foothills. That was when we saw it. The Hall of the Moon's heart was still distant, set into the western mountains where a valley opened between two steep ridges. At first I mistook it for a natural formation. Gray stone, terraced shadows, vertical lines softened by vines and distance. Then the light changed, the shape resolved. Not a village temple, not anything like the moon house at Evenal. This was older, larger, and wrong in ways my eyes recognized before my mind did. Bronze Age hands could have shaped some of it. The outer terraces, maybe. The stairways and walls added over generations, the shrines clinging to the lower approaches. But the central structure was too clean, too large. Stone masses fitted at scales no local technology should have managed alone. Curving supports that looked ceremonial from a distance but had the weight distribution of engineering. A central arch half buried in mountain rock, its face carved over and over with Aelari symbols, trying to make sacred sense of something that had been there before the symbols existed. Aelari knelt when she saw it. Her acolytes followed. Even the two prisoners lowered their heads. Nara stood beside me, expression unreadable. Kimov scanned the terrain. Because Kimov was Kimov, that is not purely Bronze Age, I said quietly. No, Nara said. Good, I was hoping I'd become hysterical. Not yet. The hall sat in the distance like a memory that had grown a civilization around itself. Precursor stone under Aelari faith. Marsh should have seen it. The thought came hard enough that I had to look away. We made camp below the first serious ridge that night. No ritual fire this time until Aelari judged the lines of sight safe. The captured trickster priests were placed under guard between two stones, bound but given water and food, because Aelari's tradition allowed no mistreatment of prisoners awaiting priesthood judgment. Russo watched them with theatrical suspicion. If they start chanting, I'm filing a complaint, he said. Chen answered, With whom? Local management. I almost smiled. Almost. The communication window opened late. We had climbed to a ridge notch where the line to orbit was clean enough for a tight beam burst if Singapore was where she was supposed to be. For several long seconds I heard only static. Then Hernandez's voice came through. Captain, there are times when hearing your ship is like hearing your own name after being lost. I closed my eyes briefly. Hernandez, report. Hauler secured. Boarding action successful. 4 Kehlar killed, 3 in custody. No marine fatalities. 2 marine casualties, both stable. Lenian pilot and Children engineer surrendered and are cooperating for leniency. Veros has technical command of the hauler. I let out a breath I had not meant to hold. Beside me, Nara's shoulders lowered by a fraction. Singapore status? Operational. We landed on the moon briefly to support transfer because the shuttle bay was inaccessible on the surface. Shuttle 2 ferried personnel through the port docking hatch. We are now back in low Aelari Prime orbit. Captured hauler is also in lower orbit under its own power. The hauler has a name yet? A pause. Hernandez's voice flattened slightly. Unofficially, the crew is calling it Queen Mary. I looked up at the dark sky. Of course they are. It is not luxurious. That's probably why. Veros has begun mining the computer core. Early indications suggest operational files tied to Kestrel, surface contacts, payment chains, and Thrihiel's logistics network. Nothing conclusive yet, but the data volume is significant. That changed the board. Not the ground under our feet, not the hall ahead, but the board. Thrihiel had lost his exit route. He might not know yet, or he might. Either way, one of his choices had disappeared. Excellent work, I said. I will pass that to the crew. And Hernandez? Yes, Captain. Tell Varos he has my permission to be offended by everything the Kehlar did to that ship. For the first time in days, I heard something in her voice that might have been amusement. I believe he has already begun. Good. The signal weakened. Hansen, Hernandez said, and the use of my name told me this was no longer just report. Go. Ground status? I looked toward the dark outline of the mountains. Beyond them, unseen but present, the Hall of the Moon's heart waited. We reached the foothills. Temple complex visible. It's older than the Aelari structures around it. Larger, precursor involvement is obvious from a distance. Thrihiel? No direct contact since the stone circle. Kethra's faction tried to block us. Non-lethal resolution. 2 prisoners. Understood. We move at dawn. Singapore and Queen Mary will hold orbit and support extraction when able. Copy. The static thickened. Then Hernandez said, Good luck, Captain. Likewise, Commander. The channel closed. I remained under the stars for a moment. Somewhere above us, Singapore had returned to Aelari Prime. Not alone. Beside her, if orbital mechanics allowed the thought, flew an ugly captured cargo hauler called the Queen Mary, under Varos's command and full of Thrihiel's secrets. Below us, the jungle breathed. Ahead, the mountains held the hall. Behind us, marsh lay beneath roots. I walked back to camp where Nara waited, and the party slept uneasily beneath the shadow of a sacred place that was not only sacred. At dawn, we would climb. 54, courier from Aelari Prime. Joseph had started to hate progress bars. They were everywhere in the lab. Decoding progress, alignment progress, courier packet integrity, translation confidence, resonance match, geographic correlation, data cleaning completion. Every system seemed to believe that if terror could be expressed as a percentage, it became more manageable. Joseph disagreed. A progress bar at 97% was not comfort. It was a machine saying it had chosen suspense as a user interface. The Aelari Prime node filled 3 displays now. The Hall of the Moon's heart remained marked in the western mountains, surrounded by layers of translated religious narrative, terrain modeling, Kestrel observations, and cipher structure. Fevai had ordered the team to keep refining the location data even after the main coordinate lock. Not because they expected the hall to move, but because every new layer revealed relationships they had missed before. The Aelari stories were not just stories. Joseph knew that now. They were memory systems, warning systems, access control systems disguised as worship because worship outlived passwords. He stood near the transparent board, arms folded, staring at the phrase cluster around the Moon Mother's hidden relics. The demon language changes depending on direction, he said. Fevai looked up from her console. Explain. Joseph pointed at 2 highlighted passages. When the story speaks of demons from below, it uses hunger words. When it speaks of demons from the road, it uses deception words. But when it speaks of demons from the sky, it uses boundary words. Renteria leaned back in her chair. You think those are separate categories? I think they became separate categories. I don't know if they started that way. Fevai's whiskers lifted slightly. Joseph had learned to read that as interest, which was different from approval. Fevai rarely gave approval before the data had earned it. Useful distinction, she said. Joseph felt absurdly pleased. He tried not to show it. The lab door opened. Admiral Archuleta entered with 2 aides behind him, and the expression of a man carrying news that had already survived 3 security filters. Conversations softened around the room before he said a word. Joseph straightened. Fevai did too. Archuleta looked directly at her first. Dr. Fevai, Joseph, we received a courier drone from Singapore. The lab went silent. For one terrible second, Joseph thought of Hansen and Himura in the jungle, Marsh slowly dying while trying to travel by foot in a jungle, the Hall waiting in the mountains, and Thrihiel moving somewhere ahead of them. Archuleta saw that reaction. "It is good news," he said. Joseph breathed. Only then did he realize he had stopped. Archuleta continued. "Singapore successfully boarded and captured Thrihiel's hauler on the far side of Aelari Prime's moon." The silence changed. It did not become relief all at once. Scientists Joseph had learned were too cautious for that. It became a tension opening a door. Fevai's ears lifted. "Captured intact?" "Intact enough. 4 Kehlar killed, 3 in custody. Lennian pilot and children engineer surrendered and are cooperating. 2 marine casualties, no fatalities. The hauler is now under Varos's technical command." Joseph closed his eyes briefly. No marine fatalities? He had not known the Marines involved? Not really. But he knew Chen and Russo were still with Hansen, and he knew Singapore had only so many Marines left aboard. A ship that small did not have extra people. No one on it was abstract. Fevai came around her console. "The computer core?" Archuleta's mouth moved faintly. "I thought that would be your first question." "It is the correct first question. It was secured. They have begun data mining. Early packet confirms operational files tied to Kestrel, surface contacts, payment chains, ship routing, and Thrihiel's logistics network. Singapore's team is still isolating and sanitizing the data before sending extracts by courier." Fevai's eyes sharpened in the children way, bright and fixed. "We need that data as soon as they can transmit it." "I know." "No," Fevai said. "Admiral, with respect, we need it faster than ordinary military intelligence handling will want to release it. If the core contains Thrihiel's movement history, it may show how he identified the Aelari Prime node, whether he has additional contacts near the Hall, and whether he knows about other sites on the map." Joseph felt the room tilt toward that sentence. Other sites. 11 nodes. Eden and Aelari Prime were only 2. Archuleta did not dismiss her. That was one reason Joseph trusted him. "Doctor, I have already marked all Aelari Prime operational data for immediate joint review by your team, Naval Intelligence, and Warden Channel analysts. You will not be waiting behind a week of ownership arguments." Fevai's whiskers twitched. "A day? No? Hours? That is the goal. Minutes would be better." Archuleta gave her a look. "I will inform physics that you are dissatisfied." Joseph almost smiled. Fevai did not. "Physics has already disappointed us repeatedly," she said. Joseph looked at her. "That is what I said about FTL communications. You were correct." That did make him smile. Archuleta's aides moved toward one of the side consoles and began transferring the courier summary into the lab's secure archive. Joseph saw the file names appear in a restricted queue. Aelari Prime, hauler capture preliminary. Kehlar Thrihiel network indicators. Lennian cargo hauler technical status. Warden channel summary. Varos engineering notes. Joseph stared at the last one. "Varos sent engineering notes?" Archuleta looked at the queue. "Apparently." Fevai opened the header and skimmed the access summary. "These are not general notes. They are complaints." "About what?" Joseph asked. Fevai's eyes moved quickly. Kehlar modifications to Lennian power routing, crude security bypasses, inverted panel mounting, improper sealant around auxiliary control. Archuleta held up a hand. "We can let Varos prosecute the ship crimes later." "Ship crimes?" Joseph asked. "Useful category," Fevai said. Joseph decided not to argue. Archuleta stepped closer to the main display, where the Hall of the Moon's heart remained marked beneath layers of narrative. The hauler will remain in Aelari Prime orbit until the ground operation concludes. After that, assuming it remains stable, it will fly back to human coalition space, under escort or remote supervision. Earth? Renteria asked from her station. No, Archuleta said. Too much traffic, too much political attention, too many people who will suddenly discover they have jurisdiction. I am authorizing a secure berth at Leonov Station in Mars orbit. Joseph knew Leonov Station from history readings. Mars orbital infrastructure. Older than many outer colonial stations, newer than the early lunar yards, expanded repeatedly during terraforming and post-terraforming traffic growth. Less symbolic than Earth, less crowded than the main Earth-Luna docks, close enough to major security assets, far enough from reporters. Why Mars? Joseph asked. Archuleta looked at him. Because Mars can secure an ugly captured freighter without turning it into a parade. Leonov has naval intelligence compartments, heavy engineering capacity, and fewer civilian liners asking why a Kehlar compromised Linnean hauler smells like bad decisions. Renteria coughed into her hand. Fevai was already back at her console. Once the hauler reaches Leonov, I want direct access to the physical core. Archuleta looked at her. She looked back. Doctor, he said carefully, you are not going to Mars tomorrow. I did not say tomorrow. You implied immediately. I implied urgency. You imply urgency while breathing. Joseph looked down, pretending to study his notes. That was unsafe because Fevai was right. She was usually right. Not always. But often enough that Joseph had begun to understand why some people found intelligence annoying when it came from someone else. Archuleta folded his arms. Initial data extracts come here. Physical core access will be discussed after containment review. Containment review can occur in parallel. It can. Then it should. It will. Fevai paused. That was as close to satisfaction as she got. Joseph returned to the main display. Do we know if Thrihiel knows the hauler was taken? Unknown, Archuleta said. But if his surface team tries to signal it, they may receive no answer, a false answer, or a very disappointing answer from Varos. Joseph considered that. I would like to hear Varos give a disappointing answer. So would I, Archuleta said. Fevai pulled up the courier summary and opened the operational timeline. If Thrihiel planned to fall back to the hauler after reaching the hull, he has lost his extraction route. Unless he has another, Joseph said. The room looked at him. He wished they would not do that all at once. He pointed to the node map. He had operations on Earth at Kestrel on the surface and on the hauler. He plans redundantly. The hauler was the biggest piece, but it might not be the only exit. Archuleta's expression shifted into Admiral again. Agreed, we will not assume he is trapped. Good, Fevai said. A trapped intelligent predator is more dangerous than a mobile one. That is not comforting, Renteria said. It was not intended to comfort. Joseph looked at the node map again. Eden, Aelari Prime. 9 more dormant markers, or sleeping markers, or waiting markers. He was not sure which word frightened him least. The hauler data might show whether Thrihiel had touched any of them. That made Joseph want the files now. Not in hours. Now. He hated that Fevai was right. Archuleta seemed to see it. He walked closer, lowering his voice enough that the lab became background. Joseph, I know, I am not asking to go to Mars. I noticed you thinking about it. That is not fair. I raised children and commanded fleets, thinking as a posture. Joseph frowned. I don't have posture. You are currently standing like someone arguing with a door. Fevai, from her console, said, He does that often. Joseph turned. You are supposed to be busy wanting the data. I can multitask. Archuleta's smile came and went quickly. Then his face softened. The best thing you can do right now is help Fevai's team prepare the query set. When the extracts arrive, we need to know what to ask first. That made sense. Joseph hated that too. What do we prioritize? He asked. Fevai answered before Archuleta could. Node references, surface contacts, Kethris, payment chains, unknown couriers, any mention of Joseph Thompson. The last one made Joseph go still. Fevai did not soften it. She respected him enough not to. Archuleta's voice was quieter. Yes? Joseph looked back at the display. He did not like seeing his name as a search category. He liked it less because it was correct. Thrihiel had tried to take him. The hauler might say why in more detail than anyone wanted. All right, Joseph said. We build the query set. Fevai nodded once. Good. Archuleta remained for another few minutes conferring with the aides, authorizing routing and confirming the Leonov station berth, with the casual authority of someone who could make orbital infrastructure rearrange itself by saying the right words into a secure channel. Joseph watched him do it. There was something comforting about that, too. Not because institutions were trustworthy by default. Thrihiel had been right about enough to make that impossible, but because individual people inside institutions still mattered. Archuleta mattered. Fevai mattered. Hansen mattered. Varos, apparently now commanding an ugly stolen hauler called the Queen Mary, mattered. Maybe that was how flawed systems survived long enough to be repaired, not because the system deserved trust, but because enough people inside it kept choosing responsibility over convenience. Joseph turned back to the transparent board and erased 3 old notes. Then he wrote, Hauler Core Query Priorities. Under it, 1. Other node references. 2. Aelari Surface Network. 3. Kethris Valeth Contacts. 4. Payment and Logistics. 5. Joseph Eden. Activation Language. He stared at number 5 for a moment. Then he underlined it. Fevai came to stand beside him. Good list, she said. Joseph looked at her. That is almost praise. It is praise. No, praise has more warmth. Efficient praise is still praise. Archuleta behind them said, Take the win, Joseph. Joseph did, for about 3 seconds. Then the first data extract from Singapore's mining team appeared in the secure queue. The progress bar began at 1%. Joseph sighed. Fevai's whiskers twitched. Archuleta looked between them. I assume no one is leaving the lab now. No, Joseph and Fevai said together. The Admiral looked as if he had expected that and disapproved anyway. Fine, he said, but I am ordering food. Joseph did not ask what kind. He had learned that when Archuleta ordered food, resistance was usually pointless and often delicious. On the main display, the ugly captured hauler's first secrets began to arrive from Aelari Prime. Joseph picked up his stylus and got to work. 55, the temple. We reached the temple complex at evening. Not sunset exactly. The mountains had stolen the sun before the sky was ready to give it up, leaving the valley in a long blue shadow while the upper ridges still burned gold. The jungle thinned as we climbed the final approach, giving way to stone, root, moss, and air that felt cooler, only because the last 3 days had taught my body to negotiate with misery. Then the trees opened, and the Hall of the Moon's heart stood before us. I had seen alien engineering before. I had walked through Lenian ships, stood inside children facilities, commanded a prototype frigate built from a century of stolen and reverse-engineered miracles. I had seen humanity pretending it understood the stars because it had learned to cross them. This was different. The outer temple complex was Aelari. That much was clear. Terraces cut into the slope, low ceremonial buildings of fitted stone and dark wood, rain channels, offering platforms, crescent markers, carved steps worn by generations of small feet, walls added in layers, some old, some newer, all of them shaped by hands that understood devotion better than load-bearing mathematics. But the thing beneath it was not Aelari. It was too old, too large, too clean where no chisel should have been clean, too precise where Bronze Age tools should have left error. The central structure emerged from the mountain like the mountain had grown a doorway, and then forgotten why. Dark stone rose in curved vertical planes, half architecture and half geology. The Aelari had carved over parts of it, layering Korath's marks, Selonara's crescents, root patterns, river lines, and prayers so worn by weather that they seemed less written than absorbed. Korath's bones. That was what Solari had called it. In Aelari religious framing, the original stone was not built. It was the memory of the stone-bearer made visible, the deep skeleton of the world pressing up through the skin of the mountain. The priesthood had built around it, because sacred things demanded houses, steps, fires, songs, and people whose lives became maintenance for awe. In my reading, it was precursor stone. The secular version did not make it smaller. It made it worse, because I understood enough to see the timeline. The original construction predated Aelari civilization by an order of magnitude, not generations, not dynasties, not the gap between old stone and new stone, civilizations. The Aelari had not built the hall of the moon's heart. They had found it. Then they had done what every intelligent species did when it found something too old to understand and too powerful to ignore. They told stories until the stories became infrastructure. Solari stopped at the edge of the first terrace and knelt. Her acolytes knelt behind her. The two captured trickster priests did as well, though their restraints made the motion awkward. Even they understood where they were. Nara stood beside me in silence. Kemov did not kneel. Kemov studied entrances. That was why I loved Marines. Not romantically, obviously, but deeply. The main temple approach climbed through 3 outer terraces toward the central arch. Smaller paths branched left and right, leading to side shrines, storage structures, priestly quarters, and what looked like watch platforms disguised as ritual balconies. The complex had at least 4 practical access points and probably more hidden ones. The Aelari had not built roads suitable for carts or heavy loads, but they had built processional paths, and processional paths could move people who intended trouble. Thrihiel would know that, so would Kethris. Kemov, I said quietly. Already counting them, sir. Of course you are. Outer stair east, drainage cut west, main terrace. Rear rock shelf likely connects to a service path. 2 upper balconies with line of sight over the approach. Bad fields of fire for pistols, but good observation. Our ground party's Marines still carried only concealed pistols, knives, and compact gear. No rifles, no armor. No satisfying answer to 7-foot Kehlar in battle gear except geometry, surprise, and not letting them choose the distance. I missed my ship. I missed every weapon aboard her. I missed force options I had spent most of my career trying not to use. Solari rose slowly. "The hall receives the road," she said. The translator whispered the phrase in my ear. No one moved until she did. We climbed the first terrace behind her. The Aelari additions became clearer as we entered the complex. Generations had worked here. You could see it in the mismatched stonework, the repaired steps, the shrine roofs rebuilt after storms, the places where older carvings had been preserved inside newer walls. The priesthood had not simply occupied the site. They had tended it, argued with it, layered meaning over it, and tried to keep it alive without ever fully knowing what it was. Aelari touched one hand to a crescent mark on a low wall as we passed. "My teacher brought me here when I was young," she said. "Not to me alone, to the party, to the site, to herself. She said the hall does not open for hunger. It does not open for pride. It does not open for fear." "What does it open for?" I asked. Aelari looked toward Nara. "For the moon, when grief and memory stand together." That was a lot to put on a doctor who had buried a colleague under alien roots less than 2 days ago. Nara absorbed it without flinching. She was better at that than I was. We reached the second terrace. The captured trickster priests were placed under guard beside a side structure. Aelari instructed her acolytes to bind them to a stone post using priesthood custody cord. She gave them water. She gave them food. She did not give them their masks back. That seemed to matter more than the cord. One of them whispered something. The translator caught only part of it. The hidden path. Aelari turned on him. "The hidden path has brought you to rope." That ended the whispering. Kehlar approved silently. So did I. The central arch dominated the third terrace. Up close, it was impossible to pretend it belonged to the same world as the surrounding buildings. Its stone was dark gray with faint silver veins that did not look like mineral deposits so much as dormant circuitry pretending to be geology. No mortar. No seams that made construction sense. The curve of the arch flowed into the mountain face, and the mountain face flowed back into it. Aelari carvings covered the lower third. Above them, where no Aelari tool could easily have reached, the surface remained untouched, smooth, patient, waiting. Nara stepped closer. Her face reflected none of the awe around us, not because she did not feel it, because she did not trust it. "Any radiation?" she asked. I checked the disguise scanner in my travel pouch. "Background normal, trace electromagnetic variance." "Biological hazard? Unknown?" "My favorite category." "Mine too." Aelari watched the exchange, understanding perhaps 1 word in 3 through the translator's cultural filter, but understanding the posture perfectly. "You speak as healers before a wound," she said. Nara looked at the arch. "Maybe we do." Aelari lowered her head. "The deepest chamber lies beyond the inner passage, the hall of the moon's heart. By tradition, the moon priestess of each generation has the hereditary right to enter." I looked at her. "You have been here twice." "Yes, but never inside." Her hand tightened around her staff. "No." The answer carried more than denial. It carried longing, fear, obedience, and a lifetime of standing outside a door that belonged to her by right and not by permission. "Why not?" I asked. "Because right is not command." She looked toward the arch. "My teacher told me the moon priestess carries the key of waiting. To enter without the night calling would be theft." Nara's eyes moved to mine. I thought of Thrihiel at Korath's stone circle. A locked door teaches strength. An unlocked door teaches suspicion. Aelari had spent her life honoring a locked door. Thrihiel had spent his breaking them. The universe had very little sense of mercy in its symbolism. "Has the night called now?" Nara asked. Aelari turned to her. The priestess who knew Nara was mortal and still chose to carry the divine role looked suddenly very old and very young at once. "Yes," she said. "Lady, I believe it has." She did not ask me. That mattered. This was not Aurelian's chamber. The hall belonged to the moon, to Silunara, to Nara, or to whatever machine waited under all those names. I did not like any version of that sentence. Kehlar came to my side. "Captain," I nodded. "Defensive positions." "Yes." We walked the outer terrace together while Nara and Aelari remained near the arch. Kehlar pointed without pointing. Using small hand motions, the Aelari would not read as tactical if they noticed at all. Chen on the east stair. Good view down the lower approach. Russo near the drainage cut, hidden if he stays behind the stone lip. I take the main path with line of sight to both. Pistols only means we keep distance short and angles dirty. Can we hold? Against Aelari? Yes, against Kehlar in armor, not for long. Define not long. No, fair. He looked toward the upper balconies. Acolytes can watch from there, not fight, watch. Signal with cloth or light if they see movement. Aelari's people would not be soldiers. I would not turn them into soldiers unless there was no other choice. But eyes were useful. Warning saved lives, and the acolytes already understood this place better than we did. I called Aelari over and explained through the translator. She listened, then assigned 2 acolytes to the upper balconies and 1 to a side stair that overlooked the rear rock shelf. The oldest acolyte, a narrow-faced man with steady hands, remained with the prisoners. The moon watches in many phases, Aelari said. Tonight I'll take all of them. She did not understand the idiom, but Nara did. That was enough. We settled the complex for defense before darkness completed its climb up the mountain. Chen took the east stair, pistol concealed but ready under his travel cloth. Russo disappeared near the drainage cut with the offended dignity of a large man being told to hide behind stone, built for people half his height. Kemov remained near the main approach, calm as ever. The acolytes moved to their positions with more courage than training. The prisoners sat bound and silent. Nara and Aelari prepared for the inner passage, not to enter yet, not tonight. Aelari insisted that the first step into the hall required moonrise, water, silence, and a cloth not touched by sunlight after preparation. I accepted this because arguing theology with the woman who had hereditary access to the alien door seemed inefficient. Also because I needed the night. Thrihiel was out there somewhere, maybe hours behind us, maybe a day, maybe already watching through Kethras's people and waiting for us to open what he could not. The hauler was gone from his board, though he might not know it. Singapore and the ugly captured Queen Mary held orbit above us, but from the ground they might as well have been prayers with engines until a window opened. We were at the hall. That was victory and danger wearing the same face. As night deepened, I stood before the central arch and looked up at the smooth precursor stone above the Aelari carvings. Korath's bones, precursor construction, sacred ground, security system. Every language was inadequate, and every language was true enough to cause damage. Nara came to stand beside me. "Do you know what you're looking at?" she asked. "Yes." "Do you know what to do about it?" "No." She nodded. "Good, I was worried it was just me." I almost smiled. Almost. Aelari knelt behind us, green cloth folded across her arms, waiting for moonrise and the right moment to lead the Moon Mother into a chamber no moon priestess had entered in living memory. The Marines watched the dark. The acolytes watched the approaches. The prisoners watched the ground. I watched the door. Somewhere in the night beyond the terraces, Thrihiel was coming. Hours or days. It no longer mattered. We had reached the hall of the moon's heart. Now we had to keep it. 56, Bishop and Varos, real. Hernandez noticed the docking status change from the bridge. She did not need to look up from the command plot to know who had moved. The Queen Mary remained docked to Singapore's port docking hatch on Deck 1, just aft of the bridge, ugly and useful and full of evidence. Varos had spent most of the day aboard the captured hauler, forcing old Lenian systems to behave while Petty Officer Ozay and the engineering detail pulled data from the computer core. The hauler's own surrendered pilot and children engineer remained cooperative under close guard, which Hernandez interpreted as good judgment rather than morality. On the bridge, Bishop finished her watch with the clean precision of someone who had been holding too much concentration for too many hours and refused to let any of it spill. Aelari Prime turned below them, green and blue and cloud-wrapped. Somewhere on the surface, Hansen and Humura were at the temple complex. Somewhere in orbit beside them, the Queen Mary sat under their control. Somewhere inside its computer core, Thrihiel's secrets were starting to bleed into Coalition storage. "Gomez has the con," Bishop said. Ensign Gomez looked up. "I have the con." Bishop stood. She stretched one shoulder carefully, pretending not to be tired. Hernandez pretended not to notice. That was how a ship survived. At the portside access status panel, the docking hatch cycled through green. A moment later, Varos appeared on the internal feed, crossing back from the Queen Mary into Singapore. He had changed out of Lenian battle armor and back into shipboard coveralls, though his gait still carried the heaviness of someone whose body remembered armor, even after removing it. Bishop saw him. She did not smile. Not exactly, but the room changed around the almost. Varos stepped onto the bridge a minute later and inclined his head toward Hernandez. "Commander?" The Queen Mary remained stable. "Petty Officer Osei has control of auxiliary monitoring. I have left him with 2 engineering crew and marine security. Data extraction continues." "Any immediate risk?" "Not from the vessel. From the quality of the Kehlar modifications, yes, but I have isolated the most offensive systems." Bishop looked at him. "Offensive as in dangerous or offensive as in personally insulting?" "Yes." Gomez made the mistake of coughing. Hernandez did not look at him. "Good work," she said. "Both ships remain at readiness. Get food and rest while we have the window." "Yes, Commander," Varos said. Bishop stepped away from helm. "I'm off watch." "So I heard," Hernandez said. Bishop glanced at Varos. Varos glanced back. Neither said anything. Hernandez returned her attention to the command plot and let them leave. She knew. Of course she knew. She also knew better than to make knowing a problem before the problem existed. Bishop and Varos walked together down the elevator toward the galley. For a ship as small as Singapore, the walk was not long enough for silence to become awkward, but they managed to make it feel considered anyway. Bishop carried her tablet under one arm. Varos carried nothing, which meant either he had finally stopped working for the day or he had moved all relevant work into his head. The galley was empty except for the lights Gibby had left on low. That was suspicious. On the center table sat 2 covered plates, 2 smaller dishes, a sealed note, and a dessert tray with 2 shallow ramekins under protective covers. Bishop stopped. Of course. Varos examined the arrangement. This was anticipated. This was staged. The note was handwritten in Gibby's bold, unapologetic script. Lieutenant Commander Bishop and Chief Varos. French steak tartare, fries, and creme brulee. Before anyone argues, I am Cajun. Therefore, French food is Cajun adjacent, if I say so. Eat before you both start pretending not to be hungry. Gibby. Below that, in smaller writing, and yes, I knew. Bishop closed her eyes for a second. That man is a menace. He is also frequently correct. That makes it worse. Varos lifted one cover. Steak tartare sat neatly plated with careful seasoning, a small portion of crisp fries, and enough garnish to prove Gibby had been enjoying himself. The creme brulee waited beside it, sugar tops hardened under perfect caramel. Bishop sat. Varos sat opposite her. For a few minutes they ate. It was easier than speaking first. Bishop had grown up on Aloha, where ship food, station food, and island food had all tangled themselves into something practical and comforting. Steak tartare in a warship galley, while orbiting a Bronze Age planet with a captured smuggler hauler docked to Deck 1 was not comforting in any traditional sense. It was still good. She had learned not to underestimate Gibby. Varos took a careful bite, considered, then nodded once. Raw preparation requires trust. Bishop looked at him. In the cook? In the cook? In sanitation? In supply chain? In temperature control? In timing? Trust distributed through systems? You turned steak tartare into infrastructure. It is infrastructure. She smiled. You're not wrong. No. That made her laugh, not loudly, not the performative laugh she sometimes used to cut tension on the bridge. This one was smaller and more real. Varos watched her for a second longer than the conversation required. Then he set his fork down. Amanda Bishop? Her name sounded different in his mouth. Formal, but not distant. She went still. Yes? I have considered how to respond honorably to your earlier statement. The earlier statement needed no clarification. In the mess, over German food and overlapping shifts, she had told him she had looked forward to seeing him. She had made the intent conscious because he had asked whether it was. He had not answered then except to say that he needed to consider how to respond honorably. Apparently, consideration had concluded. Bishop rested her hands on the table. Okay. Varos spoke with the care he gave delicate systems. In Linnean tradition, courtship among working adults does not begin with possession, declaration, or physical claim. It begins with acknowledged attention, then with useful gestures made over time, gifts of function, shared labor, protection of reputation, permission to be known more precisely. Bishop listened. Her smile had faded, but not because she was unhappy, because this mattered. I wish to court you according to that tradition, Varos said. If you consent, it will involve specific gestures. Some may appear small to human observers. They will not be small. Bishop looked down at her plate for a moment. Then she laughed softly. Varos's brow tightened. Not at you, she said quickly. I promise, not at you. He waited. American tradition has fewer required gestures, she said. Or maybe just less formal consensus on what they are. Coffee can mean nothing. Dinner can mean everything. And sometimes people spend 3 months pretending the obvious thing is not obvious because nobody wants to say it first. That seems inefficient. It is extremely inefficient. Then my tradition is superior. For once, I may not argue. His expression settled, not smug, but satisfied. Bishop leaned back slightly. The intent is the same, she said. I would like that. The attention, the gestures, the courtship, whatever word translates correctly. Courtship is acceptable. Good. There are also obligations. I assumed, not burdensome ones. That's usually what people say right before explaining burdensome obligations. Varos considered. Some may be burdensome. There it is. Honesty is required. Bishop smiled. I can work with that. He looked at her then fully, not across species, not across duty, not across the careful space they had maintained for weeks. At her. She felt the look land and did not move away from it. Then I will begin, he said. With what? After dessert? She glanced at the creme brulee. Now I'm intrigued. They finished dinner. Gibby's creme brulee cracked cleanly under the spoon, which Bishop regarded as proof that he had been showing off. Varos ate his with the seriousness of a man evaluating thermal transitions in sugar. When they were done, he stood. Come with me. Bishop raised an eyebrow. That sentence has a lot of possible meanings. The meaning is engineering. Somehow that does not narrow it as much as you think. Still, she followed. They went down to Deck 4. The cargo bay felt different after the Queen Mary operation. Less like storage, and more like the ship had remembered. She might have to hold prisoners, refugees, artifacts, or consequences with very little notice. One shuttle remained secured in its bay position. The other had finally been returned to the shuttle bay after its lunar work, and sat with temporary modifications still visible where the passenger seats had been stripped out. Varos led Bishop to the spare cargo section near the holding cell framework. The brig was nearly complete. Not a cage. That was the first thing Bishop noticed. It was a controlled compartment built from modular bulkhead panels, transparent reinforced sections, independent atmosphere feeds, waste handling interface, restraint anchors, medical access slot, and a small monitoring station positioned so the guard could see without looming. It was secure, compact, and more dignified than she expected. Varos stood beside it. "This is what you wanted to show me." "Yes." She stepped closer. "You built most of this today?" "My team completed major structural work while I was aboard the Queen Mary. I reviewed and corrected after transfer." "Corrected?" 3 seal runs were adequate, but inelegant." "Of course they were." He pointed to the lower panel. "The cell can hold Kehlar, Lenian, human, or children prisoners with atmosphere, set for majority compatibility. Waste interface adjusts by body profile. The transparent section is rated against impact, but not so much that it resembles a display enclosure. Prisoners should not be made into exhibits." Bishop looked at him. He continued, not realizing yet that she had stopped listening to the specifications and started listening to him. "Independent circulation prevents contamination of the cargo bay. Manual override exists outside prisoner reach. Medical access allows treatment without full opening. Restraint anchor points are present but not visually dominant. A prisoner should understand restraint is possible, without being told restraint is the only identity permitted." Bishop let the silence sit. Varos turned his head. "What? You think engineering is moral work?" He seemed surprised by the phrasing. Then he considered it seriously because of course he did. "Yes," he said. "Poor design creates unnecessary cruelty. Poor maintenance creates preventable death. Systems express what their builders believe people deserve." Bishop felt something in her chest loosen and tighten at the same time. "You know that's not how everyone talks about a brig, right?" "Yes." "Good." He looked back at the nearly finished compartment. "A prison cell is still a prison cell. One should not lie about that, but necessity does not excuse contempt." She nodded. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The cargo bay hummed around them. Somewhere above, Singapore held orbit. Somewhere nearby, the Queen Mary remained docked or closed under control depending on the watch cycle. Somewhere far below, Hansen and Himura stood before an alien temple, and the ship's work continued. Bishop looked at Varos. "This is a good first gesture," she said. He inclined his head. "I hoped it would be understood." "It is." They did not kiss. They did not touch. They did not need to. That was not restraint born of fear. It was the shape of the thing they had chosen, careful, acknowledged, and real enough not to require proof on the cargo deck. They parted for the night in officer berthing. Singapore did not have generous accommodations. Officer berthing was compact, efficient, and built by people who believed privacy could be measured in curtains and mutual discipline. Bishop's bunk was above. Varos's was below, because deck plans had a sense of humor no one admitted to designing. They prepared for sleep in sequence, with the awkward professionalism of shipmates who had spent weeks pretending that proximity was ordinary. Now it was not ordinary. Nothing visible changed. Everything did. "Good night, Varos," Bishop said from the upper bunk. "Good night, Amanda Bishop," he answered from below. She smiled into the dark. For a long while neither slept. The next morning both reported to their posts at normal time. Bishop arrived on the bridge 5 minutes early, hair tied back, uniform perfect, hands steady over helm as if nothing aboard Singapore had shifted in the night. Varos arrived in engineering 11 minutes before shift change and immediately found a coolant imbalance no one else had noticed. By breakfast, the crew had noticed anyway. Not much. There was no announcement. No rumor that needed words. Just a new ease in how Bishop and Varos occupied the same space. A glance that did not ask permission to exist. A silence that no longer worked quite so hard. A formality that had become chosen instead of defensive. Hernandez noticed from the galley entrance while reviewing an operations slate. Of course she did. So did Gibby. Of course he did. Bishop entered first, Varos behind her. They had not arrived together in any official sense, only in the sense that they were both there at the same time, and neither seemed surprised by it. Gibby set 2 plates down before they asked. Bishop's preferred breakfast, eggs over medium, toast, fruit, and coffee black. Varos's, dense Linnean-style protein mash, adapted from approved stores, sliced fruit, and tea, strong enough to qualify as structural material. Bishop looked at the plates. Gibby. Yes, ma'am. You are impossible. Yes, ma'am. Varos studied his breakfast. This is my preferred preparation. I know, Gibby said. That information was not broadly distributed. Gibby wiped his hands on a towel. I'm the cook. That does not answer the mechanism. It answers everything. Bishop laughed. Gibby looked between them, not unkindly, and said only, You two figured something out. Bishop's face warmed. Varos looked down at his plate as if the protein mash had suddenly become tactically fascinating. Hernandez watched from the hatch and decided she did not need to intervene. Not today. Gibby picked up an empty tray and walked away, whistling. Bishop sat. Varos sat across from her. Around them, Singapore continued on watch above Aelari Prime, holding orbit with a captured hauler, a ground team in danger, and a crew that still had work to do. But for one breakfast, something aboard the ship was not crisis, not secrecy, not command burden, and not myth. It was simply 2 people sitting across from each other, newly honest, eating what someone had saved for them. 57. Thrihiel's arrival. Thrihiel arrived on the 19th day from the wrong side of the mountain, which meant, of course, that it had been the right side all along. We saw the first movement shortly after sunrise. From the upper terrace where one of Solari's acolytes had been posted as a lookout. The temple complex faced east toward the pilgrim approach, the route Aelari had led us along. Its terraces, steps, shrines, and ceremonial gates all assumed visitors came from the valley below. Thrihiel did not. He came from the west, out of broken stone, thin trees, and high ridgeline paths the Aelari used rarely, and probably only when penance was involved. He had been moving in parallel, taking another route while we fought jungle, grief, trickster priests, and the slow cruelty of distance. I should have expected that. I had expected that. Expectation did not make the sight less unwelcome. The acolyte's warning came as 3 sharp strikes on a suspended stone plate, not loud enough to carry down the valley, loud enough to freeze everyone inside the temple complex. Kemov was already moving before the 3rd strike faded. Positions, he said. Chen took the main gate with his concealed pistol drawn for the first time since we reached the hall. Russo moved to the drainage cut and outer stair, muttering something about local management getting worse every hour. Kemov placed himself where he could see both approaches and still reach me if the whole thing collapsed into close work. We still had pistols, knives, compact sensors, and whatever geometry the temple gave us. Thrihiel had Kehlar mercenaries. That seemed unfair. War rarely cared. Aelari's acolytes moved to their assigned observation points. They carried no proper weapons beyond blades and staffs, but they knew the temple's inner passages and ritual terraces. Aelari directed them with quick, quiet authority. Whatever fear she felt did not reach her hands. Nara stood near the central arch, green cloth folded beside her, the moon priesthood preparations laid out for the rites Aelari intended to begin at moonrise. The Hall of the Moon's heart waited behind them. That was the part that made everything worse. If this had been a simple fight over terrain, I could have thought like a captain. Hold the gate. Deny access. Delay until orbital support became possible. Use what we had. But the terrain was a temple. The gate was a sacred threshold. The people helping us believed the Moon Mother was about to enter the deepest chamber for the first time in living memory. And the enemy understood that just as well as I did. Thrihiel appeared on the western terrace, just as the sun cleared the ridge. He wore battle armor. No helmet. Of course. Theatrical bastard. Behind him moved 7 Kehlar, though only 5 carried themselves like fighters. The other 2 wore lighter gear and carried packs, sensors, and what looked like portable cutting equipment. His force was smaller than I had feared and larger than I could handle cleanly. Their armor was scarred, dark, and practical. Their assault rifles stayed low but ready. Kethris walked beside him. The trickster priest looked transformed. When I had first met him, he had been charismatic, ambitious, and careful to keep his hunger wrapped in humor and ritual. Now he wore a full mask of dark polished wood, wolf lines painted across it in pale ash and red pigment. His robe had been altered with strips of bronze and black cloth. At his belt hung road tokens, small keys, and what might have been offerings taken from multiple shrines. He carried himself like a man who had finally found the story large enough to hold his ego. That made him dangerous in an entirely different way from Thrihiel. Kethris raised both hands. His voice carried across the upper terrace. The road has opened. The hidden one stands revealed. Valeth returns through the hand that breaks false doors. The translator did what it could. Aelari's face hardened. From behind me, one of the captured trickster priests made a soft sound. Not joy, not fear. Recognition. Great. Kethris turned toward the Aelari acolytes positioned near the inner stair. I come as High Priest of the Returned Mask, he said. Stand aside. The sun and moon have hidden what belongs to the road. The wolf-faced messenger brings the test they feared. Thrihiel did not smile. He did not need to. That was the precision of it. Kethris spoke the theology. Thrihiel stood as the embodiment. Not Valeth himself, not exactly. That would have been crude. No, he was the wolf-faced messenger, the breaker of false doors, the bearer of hidden knowledge. The doctrine was adapting in real time. I hated how good he was at this. I stepped onto the central terrace where they could see me. Not too far. Kemov would have objected. Also, I was not suicidal before breakfast. Kethris, I said, you were warned that hidden paths must lead toward life. The translator carried it clearly. Kethris turned his masked face toward me. And life grows where old roots are broken. Sometimes roots hold the hill in place. His head tilted. Behind the mask, I imagined him smiling. Then let the hill be tested. Aelari theology was exhausting when weaponized. Thrihiel finally spoke. Captain Hansen. Thrihiel, you reached the hall before us. You sound disappointed. I sound observant. You always do. His ears shifted slightly. Amusement, maybe, or impatience. I see your people have already been busy, he said. There it was. He knew. Maybe not all of it, but enough. The hauler had gone silent. His attempt to signal it had failed, or Varos had answered in a way that clarified things. Either possibility pleased me. Escape routes or choices, I said. I told you I was taking away one of yours. Kethris turned sharply toward Thrihiel. Interesting, very interesting. Thrihiel did not look at him. The cargo hauler was useful, he said. Not essential. No plan ever is after it fails. His eyes narrowed. That one landed. Kemov's voice came quietly over the local channel. Captain, 5 fighters, too technical. Possible additional Aelari in cover beyond Western Terrace. No clear shot with pistols at current distance. Understood. Main gate remains secure. East approach quiet. Keep it that way. Thrihiel's Kehlar began spreading out. Not rushing. Not attacking. Taking positions. 1 near the western colonnade. 2 behind broken stone on the outer terrace. Another above the drainage channel. The technical pair crouched near a collapsed side wall and began assembling a sensor rig. Kemov saw it too. Probe equipment, he said. They're looking for another way in. Yes. The siege began without anyone declaring it. That was how sieges usually preferred to begin. Not with banners and drums, with people finding cover, measuring ranges, testing patience, and trying to make the other side reveal something useful. The first probe came 20 minutes later. 2 Aelari aligned with Kethris tried the lower drainage cut, moving low under brush and stone. Russo let them get close enough to see his face, then stepped out with his pistol down and his other hand raised. "No," he said. The translator rendered it. They froze. Then one of them lunged with a blade. Russo disarmed him without firing, using one hand to break the wrist angle and the other to shove him into the second attacker. Both went down hard. Russo kicked the blade away and looked offended. I said no. Solari's acolytes took them into custody with travel cord. Russo looked up toward Kethris's position. Your people need listening practice. The translator did not carry that far, probably for the best. The second probe came from the western colonnade. A Kehlar fired 1 shot at the stone beside Chen's position, not to hit him, but to see what he would do. Chen did not return fire. He shifted to secondary cover, marked the shooter's angle, and sent the information to Kemov through hand signals and short comm. Kemov's approval was invisible. I saw it anyway. The third probe was electronic. The sensor rig near the broken wall pulsed once. My concealed scanner chirped. Nara's did too. The precursor arch behind us answered with a faint shimmer that vanished almost before I saw it. Nara looked at me. That was not Aelari. No. Thrihiel's technical team had tried to ping the structure. The hall had noticed. That seemed bad. Solari saw the shimmer and went pale. The bones heard him, she whispered. In her language, that was religion. In mine, it was system response. Both readings made my skin crawl. Kemov, I said, already repositioning. He sent one acolyte to a higher overlook with a mirror-polished signal disk and another to the inner stair with instructions to repeat any movement by cloth color. The Moon Priesthood acolytes were no soldiers, but they became part of the defense because they understood pathways, shadows, and which stones belonged to what ritual boundaries. Kemov turned them into watchposts without making them feel like pieces. That mattered. Solari noticed. She gave him a look that was almost gratitude. Kemov missed it because he was busy checking whether the upper balcony had a murder hole. I decided not to interrupt him. Inside the temple, we shifted our own defense. The Marines held the main gate and practical entrances. Pistols were kept concealed when possible, drawn only in shadows or behind stone. The Aelari priests and acolytes held inner positions, not to fight a military force, but to deny Kethris the symbolic ground he wanted. They stood at stairways with staffs and crescent cloth, chanting low phrases of moon law that made the captured trickster priests lower their eyes. Solari stood near the central arch beside Nara. The two of them looked impossibly calm. That was misleading. I knew Nara's fear by now. It did not tremble. It became stillness. It watched, measured, and prepared to work anyway. Solari's fear had become devotion with teeth. "The rite must begin at moonrise," she said. "The temple is under siege." The hall was never promised safety. That was hard to argue with, mostly because it sounded like something written on a wall right before everyone died. Nara asked, "Can the entry be delayed?" Solari looked toward the dark arch. "Yes," she said, "but not without cost." The night called. If we refuse the threshold now, others will claim the moon was afraid. Kethris. Aileron, if he were here. Every priesthood waiting for meaning to harden. Nara understood. She looked at me. I wanted to say no. Captain's privilege. Partner's terror. Man pretending he could protect someone by refusing to let the world happen. Instead, I said, "What do you need?" Solari answered, "Water, silence, the green cloth, the lady, one witness at the first threshold." One witness? The sun may stand before the door. He may not enter unless the hall opens for him. I looked at Nara. She did not ask me to object. That was rude of her. "Captain," Kemov said over calm, "Western side is tightening. They're not attacking yet. They are establishing lanes. Can we break them? With 3 pistols and religious volunteers? No. We can punish anyone who enters. We cannot clear the outer terraces without unacceptable risk." "Hold." "Yes, sir." Thrihiel called from the western terrace. "You cannot keep me out forever, Captain." I looked across the temple complex. No one asked for forever. He smiled. At least, I thought he did. Kehlar faces made human expression reading unreliable, but smug crossed species lines better than most diplomatic vocabulary. Kethris raised his staff and began chanting. His followers answered from the western side. Low at first, then stronger. The sound moved through stone corridors and terrace cuts, weaving with the moon priesthood's answering prayers until the whole complex seemed to hum with competing meanings. Sun, moon, mask, stone, memory, machine. Siege. The hall of the moon's heart waited behind us, silent and old and no longer merely sacred in any simple sense. The sun fell behind the mountains. Shadows climbed the terraces. Thrihiel's Kehlar held the outer approaches. Kemov's Marines held the gates. Solari's acolytes held the inner lines. Nara stood before a door no moon priestess had entered in living memory. And I stood between a rogue who wanted to break every lock and a civilization that had spent centuries surviving by not opening one. At moonrise, Aelari lifted the green cloth. "The night opens," she said. Nara looked at me once, then she turned toward the hall. The siege held its breath. 58 inside. Aelari led Nara into the hall of the moon's heart at moonrise. I stood at the threshold and did not follow. That was not my preference. It was not Nara's either, though she did not say so. The rules had been spoken clearly enough. The moon might enter. The moon priestess might enter. The sun could stand before the door and bear witness, but not cross unless the hall itself opened to him. Under different circumstances, I might have challenged the theology. Under the current circumstances, the theology was also a security protocol wrapped in 4,000 years of ritual memory, and I had developed a healthy respect for systems that survived longer than their operators understood them. So I stood outside the arch with Kemov 10 paces behind me, Chen at the lower east stair, Russo near the drainage cut, and Thrihiel's people holding the outer terraces in the dark beyond our defensive line. The siege had gone quiet. Not peaceful. Quiet. There is a kind of silence that exists only when everyone is waiting to see which mistake will happen first. Aelari carried the green cloth folded across both forearms. Nara walked beside her, unarmed except for the small concealed pistol she had refused to leave behind, and the medical satchel at her hip. She had washed her hands in water Aelari had prepared from the temple cistern. Aelari had marked her brow with pale ash in the shape of a crescent, and then hesitated, just slightly, before doing the same to herself. Moon Mother and Moon Priestess, Doctor and Priestess, two women walking into a chamber no living Aelari had entered. The outer arch did not open. It was already open. That made it worse. A locked door gave you something to blame. An open passage simply waited for you to decide whether you were brave or stupid enough to step through it. The inner corridor beyond the arch sloped downward into the mountain. Its walls were precursor stone beneath layers of Aelari carving. The lower sections were covered in crescent marks, roots, river lines, prayers, and small handprints pressed into mineral pigment by generations who had come close enough to touch the boundary, and no farther. Above those marks the stone was smooth, no seams, no tool scars, no apology. Aelari stopped at the line where Aelari carving ended. She looked back once, not at me, at the acolytes kneeling behind the inner terrace. Then she looked at Nara. "The night opens," she said. Nara nodded. "The night opens," she repeated. The translator carried the words in my ear, but the sound of her voice mattered more than the meaning. Then they stepped inside. For 2 heartbeats, nothing happened. Then the corridor lit around them, not brightly, not theatrically, no ancient machine roaring awake to satisfy the primitive part of the brain that expected miracles to have sound effects. The light came in thin lines along the walls, pale silver and blue, so faint at first that I thought my eyes had invented it. The Aelari behind me gasped. Aelari stopped walking. Nara did not. That, more than anything, told me she was afraid. Nara moved when fear told other people to freeze. She had done it in sickbay, in combat drills, on Kestrel, on Aelari Prime. Give her something impossible and a patient nearby, and she would walk forward because the alternative offended her. Aelari recovered and followed. The corridor accepted them. I do not know how else to say it. The light shifted ahead of them as they walked, not chasing them, not leading them exactly, but acknowledging each step. The silver-blue lines traced through the stone like veins remembering blood. The Aelari carvings remained dark. The precursor stone responded beneath them. Behind me, Kimov said nothing. I appreciated that. Some moments did not survive commentary. The corridor extended farther than the exterior should have allowed. At first, I thought it was an optical effect. The mountain swallowed depth. The arch distorted scale. The slope curved subtly enough to hide distance. All possible explanations. Then my scanner tried to map it and failed. That got my attention. The hall extended into the mountain in ways the Aelari priesthood had never measured because the Aelari priesthood had never gone inside. Chamber after chamber lay beyond the visible passage, not in a simple line but in folded geometry that made the mountain feel less like stone and more like a shell built around something older than landscape. "Nara," I said softly over local comm. Her earpiece crackled once. "I hear you." "Scanner mapping is unreliable." "I noticed." "You noticed from inside the ancient alien temple." "I am inside the ancient alien temple." "Fair." Her voice was steady. Too steady. Aelari's translator feed came through open local pickup. She was whispering prayers. Not for show. Not for Nara. For herself. The moon hides what must sleep. The moon wakes what must remember. The moon sees the path beneath the root. The passage opened into the chamber. Vast was the wrong word because vast implied mere size. This was larger than the exterior suggested by enough that my mind filed a protest with physics, and physics refused delivery. The chamber's ceiling vanished into darkness above, but the walls curved upward in layered ribs of dark stone. each rib traced with faint silver lines that pulsed so slowly they might have been breathing. The floor descended in shallow terraces toward a central platform. Aelari symbols had been carved only near the entrance and along the first terrace. Beyond that, no hands had reached. The original construction belonged entirely to whoever had built the node. At the center stood the artifact, not the Trappist artifact. Similar enough to make my throat tighten, different enough to make my stomach sink. The artifact from Trappist had been compact, dense, terrifying in the way a locked weapon is terrifying when no one knows which side is the trigger. This one was larger, taller than Nara by at least a meter, set into a circular base that looked grown rather than assembled. Its surface was layered with curved plates, recessed channels, and sigils I recognized only in the broadest structural sense. Same family of design, different purpose, more elaborate, more patient, dormant, not dead. That distinction was immediately clear. Nara stopped 3 terraces above it. Aelari stopped beside her. Neither spoke. Neither touched anything. Good. I realized my hand had moved toward my sidearm and moved it away. Shooting the ancient machine would not improve our position, no matter how emotionally satisfying the impulse might become. "Nara," I said. "I see it. How close are you?" "Approximately 12 meters. Any response?" A pause. "Subtle." That was not the word I wanted. The chamber lights shifted, not brighter, more focused. Lines in the wall adjusted around Nara and Aelari. The silver-blue pulses moved along the ribs of the chamber, converging toward the artifact, then out again. At the edge of hearing, something began to resonate, not sound exactly. My ears heard it. My bones understood it first. Behind me, one of Aelari's acolytes began to weep quietly. The artifact was responding to Nara, but it was not activating. I knew that before anyone said it. The Trappist artifact had reacted to Joseph's biology, like a lock meeting a key. It had been waiting a very long time to remember. There had been inevitability in it. Terror, yes, but also recognition with direction. This was different. The hall noticed Nara the way a system might notice a valid user standing near a terminal without the required credential. Not dismissed, not accepted, recognized as relevant, not sufficient. Nara understood too. "I am not the key," she said. Her voice was quiet enough that the Aelari could not hear, but the calm carried it to me. "No, Joseph would be. Probably." Aelari turned toward her at Joseph's name, not understanding the full meaning, but hearing the weight. Nara did not explain. Good. Some truths did not belong in that chamber yet. Then the artifact changed. A line of light moved across its surface. One sigil lit, faded, then lit again. Another answered it from the far side. The walls picked up the same pattern and sent it outward through the chamber ribs into the stone, beyond my scanner's failing map. My device chirped. Not local. Orbital relay. A tight beam fragment from Singapore pushed through the limited window with more urgency than clarity. "Hansen, this is Bassi." Her voice was thin, distorted, but recognizable. "We are detecting structured emissions from the temple complex." I stepped back from the threshold enough to shield the mic from the chamber resonance. "Energy." "Negative. Not energy in the normal sense. Pattern. Structured information. Very low power but coherent. It is propagating through the local substrate and bleeding into bands our passive systems can read. Origin? Artifact chamber, unless there is another ancient machine politely impersonating it." Bassi was under stress if she sounded like Bishop. "What is it sending?" "Analysis incomplete." Of course it was. I watched the light move over the artifact again. Inside the chamber, Nara and Aelari stood perfectly still while something older than their species and mine arranged meaning in stone and light. Bassi came back. Captain, preliminary team assessment. It is not broadcasting data outward in a general sense. It appears directed. Directed where? Unclear, possibly toward compatible activation biology, possibly toward the network, possibly both. Network, 11 nodes. Eden, Aelari Prime, 9 more waiting. I felt the air leave my lungs slowly. Then Bassie said, "Captain, I think it is asking a question." The chamber lights shifted again. Nara turned her head slightly, as if she had heard something no one else had. "What question?" I asked. Another pause. On Singapore, I imagined Bassie, Gomez, Hernandez, and half the science team staring at readings that made less sense the harder they looked. Then Bassie answered. "Confirmation." "Confirmation of what?" "The pattern repeats around a decision state. The closest interpretation is a request for authorization or permission. Captain, the artifact wants to know if it should unlock." I looked at the central machine, at Nara, at Aelari, at the walls that were no longer simply walls. The artifact wanted to know if it should unlock. Not from Nara. Not exactly. She could not activate it. Her biology did not carry what Joseph carried, but it recognized that a being capable of activation had approached this node recently enough in the network's logic to matter. Joseph had opened the map. Joseph had touched Eden's truth. Joseph's pattern, for lack of a better word, had moved through whatever architecture connected these impossible stones across space. Nara was not the key, but she had come close enough to the lock for the lock to ask whether the key was coming. Aelari whispered something. The translator rendered it imperfectly. "The heart knows the lady is near, but waits for the child of hidden blood." I did not like that translation at all. Neither did Nara. She looked toward the artifact. "No," she said softly. I did not know whether she was speaking to Aelari, to me, to the machine, or to the universe's persistent habit of turning children into mechanisms. The artifact did not brighten. It did not open. It continued to pulse, questioning, waiting. Nara took one step closer. "Nara," I said, "I am not touching it." "Good. I am looking." "That is somehow not as comforting as you think." She did not answer. Aelari moved with her one step, then stopped. The moon priestess held her staff in both hands, eyes wide, tears running silently down her face. She was seeing Korath's bones remember the Moon Mother. She was seeing sacred light answer a mortal doctor. She was seeing the inner chamber her tradition had guarded for generations and learning, without words, that the truth beneath her faith was larger and stranger than the faith had known. And she was still standing. That mattered. Nara stopped 8 meters from the artifact, the patterns on its surface rearranged. For one moment, the lights formed something like a constellation. 11 points, 2 brighter than the others, 1 pulsing, 1 recently touched, 9 dim, then it faded. Bassie's voice came through again, sharper now. "Captain, we caught that. Node map correspondence confirmed. It just displayed the network state." I saw it. Inside the chamber, Nara whispered, "Joseph needs to see this." I wanted to say no. I wanted to say Joseph was safe in Houston, and safe was an objective reality we should preserve with guns, laws, locked doors, and every Admiral Archuleta could place between him and people who thought of him as a key. But truth was not kind enough to arrange itself around what I wanted. "He will," I said. I hoped that meant by recording. I feared the hall meant otherwise. Aelari took a breath that shook. "Lady," the translator whispered from her voice, "the heart sees us." Nara looked at her. No goddess, no theater, no distance. A doctor, a woman, and something older than both standing in front of a machine that had outlived civilizations and still knew how to ask permission. "Yes," Nara said. "I think it does." The chamber resonance deepened. Not louder, older. That was impossible, but it was the only word I had. From beyond the temple, faint and distant, came the sound of movement on stone. A shout. Then a shot. Kimov's voice cut through the calm. Captain, probe at the west stair. Repelled. They are getting impatient. Thrihiel, of course. The artifact continued to pulse with its question. Unlock? Not yet. Not like this. Not with Thrihiel at the gate and Joseph light years away and a Bronze Age priestess watching her religion turn into interface language. Nara, I said, coming back. She did not turn immediately. Neither did Aelari. They stood one moment longer before the artifact, the sigil shifting across its surface like thought moving under skin. Then Nara stepped back. Aelari followed. The chamber lights dimmed with them. Not off. Never off again, maybe. Just quieter. At the threshold, Nara crossed back into reach. I did not touch her. Not in front of Aelari. Not in front of the acolytes. Not while the hall watched us, and the siege waited beyond the terraces. But she looked at me once. That was enough. Behind her, deep inside the mountain, the artifact pulsed one more time. A question sent into the dark, waiting for an answer. 59, Joseph knows. Joseph felt it before the instruments named it. That was the part he hated most. Not because it hurt. It did not exactly. Pain would have been simpler. Pain had direction. Pain said something was wrong and pointed to the body part responsible. This was not pain. This was awareness without permission. He was standing in the Houston lab beside Fevai, staring at a data extract from the captured hauler's computer core, when something changed inside his head. Not a voice, not words, not even an image. A pattern. For 1 second, the lab vanished from the center of his attention. It did not disappear. He still saw the displays, the transparent board, Renteria at the translation console, Tegon reviewing routing tables, Fevai's ears angled toward a streaming data column. He still smelled coffee, warm electronics, and the faint antiseptic air of a secure facility that believed sterility could become a personality. But under all of it, something arranged itself. 11 points. 2 bright, 1 open, 1 asking, 9 dim. Joseph's hand tightened around the stylus. The point from Eden was not a place in the lab's display. It was not a coordinate. It was not a memory. It was him remembering being recognized. The second bright point was farther away than distance should have allowed him to feel. Aelari Prime. He stopped breathing. Fevai noticed instantly. Joseph? He blinked. The lab came back into priority. Not normal, nothing was normal. But closer. I'm fine, he said. Fevai's eyes narrowed. That sentence is frequently false. It's not pain. That is not the same as fine. He looked toward the main display. The hauler data continued scrolling, indifferent to the fact that something ancient had just brushed the edge of his cognition from light years away. Or maybe through something where light years did not mean what people wished they meant. The thought made him cold. Did the instruments pick up anything? He asked. Fevai turned fully toward him. Why? Please check. She did not waste time. That was one of the many things Joseph valued about her. She asked questions when questions helped. When they did not, she moved. Renteria, Fevai said. Pull deep space scientific instrument feeds. Priority, anomalous pattern activity from Aelari Prime direction. Tegon, compare against Warden channel packet structures and artifact resonance models. Renteria looked confused for less than a second. Then she moved. The lab shifted from analysis to response. Displays changed. Data feeds came up from Coalition deep space instruments. Children-linked scientific receivers, lunar long baseline arrays, and every passive channel already watching the Aelari Prime line because of the mission. At first there was nothing, then too much. Renteria whispered, Oh, Joseph disliked that word in laboratories. Fevai moved to her side. "Show me." The main display filled with a low-power but highly structured signal pattern. Not communication in any ordinary sense. Not radio message. Not a data burst through known channels. It looked like resonance married mathematics and then taught itself ritual. The signal had not arrived as a normal faster-than-light transmission. Nothing did. It had been detected through long-range scientific instruments watching for exotic correlations, field disturbances, and artifact-linked pattern events no one yet knew how to name cleanly. The signal itself seemed to be propagating through whatever precursor network had been implied by the Eden cipher, with detectable traces bleeding into measurable bands. That was the official explanation forming in Joseph's head. The personal explanation was worse. Something on Aelari Prime had asked a question, and part of him had heard it before the lab did. Fevai looked at him. "You felt this?" Joseph nodded. He did not trust himself to speak yet. Renteria magnified the structure. Tegaln clicked rapidly, then forced himself back into slower language for the translator. Pattern corresponds to Aelari Prime node, not full activation, repeating decision state. "Like a handshake?" Renteria asked. "No," Fevai said softly. "Like a request for confirmation." Joseph closed his eyes. There it was. Words for what he already knew. The artifact was asking whether to unlock. He could answer. The knowledge arrived complete and horrible. Not the method. He did not know what to do with his hands, or what machine to touch, or what sentence to say. It was not that kind of knowing. It was deeper and less useful and more dangerous. A recognition that the pattern had reached for him because Eden had already recognized him, because his blood carried old Lennian inheritance through human generations, because the map had opened, and now another node wanted to know whether the opening should continue. He could complete it. Across the distance. Maybe not easily. Maybe not safely. Maybe not without instruments, focus, or a lab full of systems helping him. But the possibility was real enough that his whole body rejected it. Fevai saw his expression change. "Joseph." "No." She went still. He opened his eyes. "Do not ask me to unlock it." The lab fell silent. No one moved. The words sounded too loud in his own ears. Fevai came closer, slowly, as if he were a pressure-sensitive device and not a 14-year-old boy who had been up too long. "I have not asked," she said. "Someone will." That was the part that frightened him. Not Fevai, not Archuleta, not even Hansen if he knew. Institutions, committees, analysts, security councils. People in sealed rooms asking whether the risk of activation could be managed, whether partial confirmation might yield data, whether a controlled unlock under observation could prevent Thrihiel from gaining an advantage, whether Joseph's cooperation could be requested rather than ordered, whether the language mattered if everyone was polite enough. Someone would ask. Because the artifact was asking. Because the truth was behind a door. Because humans were very bad at standing near doors and doing nothing. Joseph felt his throat tighten. "Don't ask me to unlock it," he said again. Fevai's face softened in a way children features rarely did around humans, not because they lacked feeling, because their faces carried it differently. But Joseph knew her well enough now to see the change around the eyes, the stillness of the whiskers, the lowering of her ears. "I will not," she said. He looked at her. "Not you, the lab, the coalition, anyone." Fevai turned toward the room. Her voice became sharper. "All activation modeling stops now. Continue passive observation only. No confirmation attempts. No resonance response trials. No predictive prompts directed through Joseph's prior Eden signature. Is that understood?" Renteria answered first. "Understood." Tegon followed. Understood. Two other analysts echoed it. Joseph breathed. Not relief. Something adjacent. Fevai touched the comm panel. Admiral Archuleta to Artifact Lab. Priority. Archuleta arrived 6 minutes later. Joseph counted. He did not mean to. By then the broadcast had repeated 12 times. Each repetition varied slightly, like a system adjusting its request to a recipient that refused to answer. The instruments captured more structure each time. The lab recorded everything. No one transmitted anything back. Fevai met Archuleta at the door. Joseph remained near the transparent board, arms folded tightly because he did not trust his hands. Archuleta looked from Fevai to the display to Joseph. What happened? Fevai answered. The Aelari Prime artifact has initiated a structured communication event. It appears to be asking for confirmation before unlocking. Joseph perceived the pattern cognitively before our instruments confirmed the event. Archuleta's face changed, not dramatically. Enough. He looked at Joseph. You felt it? Joseph nodded. Can it hurt you? I don't know. Honest answer, awful answer. Archuleta moved closer but stopped at a respectful distance. Do you know what it wants? Yes? The room waited. Joseph hated that too. It wants to know if it should unlock, he said. And I think I could tell it yes. Archuleta absorbed that. He did not look at Fevai first. He did not look at the instruments. He did not look at the analysts already imagining how much history sat behind that question. He looked at Joseph. And your answer? No. The word came out steady. Good. Joseph needed it steady. Archuleta nodded once. Then no. That was it. No committee. No hesitation. No careful phrasing about strategic implications. Then no. Joseph felt something inside him loosen so abruptly it almost hurt. Fevai said, I have ordered passive observation only. Make it formal, Archuleta said. By my authority, human coalition forces and associated research teams will not attempt to induce activation, confirmation, resonance completion, or any related response through Joseph Thompson or any derived biological or cognitive signature. Observation only. One of the aides near the door began recording the order. Archuleta continued, Any request to change that comes to me directly, not to the lab, not to Joseph. Fevai inclined her head. Understood. Joseph looked at him. Archuleta's voice softened, but only slightly. You do not have to be the key just because something built a lock. Joseph tried to answer. Could not. So he nodded. The broadcast continued. For the next hour, the lab watched the Aelari Prime artifact ask its question again and again. The pattern evolved in small increments. Sometimes it aligned with the 11-node map. Sometimes with the Eden signature. Sometimes with structures in the Aelari node that no one had yet identified. Each time, Joseph felt the edge of it. Not as strongly as the first time. Maybe because he had learned to recognize it. Maybe because Fevai's team had adjusted shielding around the lab. Maybe because the artifact, whatever it was, understood refusal but had not yet accepted silence. He sat in a chair with his hands around a cup of water and tried not to think about how close he had come to answering. It would have been easy. That was the worst part. Not technically easy, not scientifically easy, but morally easy in the way dangerous choices made themselves look simple when everyone was afraid. Unlock it. Learn the truth. Beat Thrihiel to the revelation. Give Hansen and Himura the advantage. Open the door before the enemy could break it. That was exactly the path Thrihiel wanted. Joseph understood that at 14. Maybe because he was 14. Maybe because adults had spent too long building language around escalation until it sounded less like surrendering judgment and more like policy. Maybe because Eden had taught him what happened when the outside world arrived with answers people were not ready to hold. Maybe because Thrihiel had tried to kidnap him and turn him into an instrument, and Joseph had no intention of doing the same thing to himself voluntarily. Activating the Aelari Prime artifact would not merely release information. It would change the ground under an entire civilization that had never consented to the release. That was the point. That was the cost. The truth might matter, but the people standing under it mattered too. After the second hour, the repetition slowed. Fevai stood beside the main display, watching every line. "The request frequency is decreasing," she said. Renteria looked exhausted. "Is it shutting down?" "Not shutting down. Returning to dormant inquiry state." Joseph understood the distinction without being told. It was not dead. It was waiting again. The broadcast continued for another 3 hours in fading pulses. Each one was weaker than the last, less directed, less urgent. The lab recorded them all. Deep space instruments captured the last faint pattern close to dawn Houston time. Then it stopped. The display did not go blank. It returned to normal data. That felt worse somehow. Fevai exhaled slowly. "Dormant," she said. No one cheered. No one even looked relieved in a simple way. The information that was almost released remained unreleased. Somewhere on Aelari Prime, Hansen and Himura stood near a machine that had asked permission to unlock the next piece of history. Somewhere in orbit, Singapore waited with a captured hauler full of Thrihiel's secrets. Somewhere in the coalition, people would eventually learn that a 14-year-old boy had chosen not to answer an ancient artifact's question. Joseph wondered how many of them would think he had done the right thing. He wondered how many would forgive him for it. Archuleta had stayed the whole time. Near the end, he brought Joseph another cup of water and said nothing for several minutes. Finally, Joseph looked at him. Was that the right decision? Archuleta did not answer quickly. Joseph appreciated that. "Yes," the Admiral said at last, "and it may still hurt." Joseph looked back at the silent display. That sounded true. Fevai came to stand on his other side. "The absence of released information is also information," she said. Joseph almost smiled. That is a very lab thing to say. "Yes. It is not comforting." "No." Archuleta folded his arms. "We will have to report this." "I know," Joseph said. "You will not be alone when we do." Joseph nodded. On the main display, the Aelari Prime node marker remained bright but closed. Question asked. No answer given. Door locked. For now. Joseph set the cup down and picked up his stylus. His hand shook once, then steadied. He wrote on the transparent board, "Activation refused." Then beneath it, "Not all locked doors should be opened just because they ask." 60. Siege Titans. Varos had transferred back to the Queen Mary 1 hour before Hernandez ordered Singapore lower. The captured hauler had undocked from the port docking hatch on Deck 1 and moved clear under its own power. Ugly silhouette sliding away from Singapore against the curve of Aelari Prime. Varos commanded from its auxiliary control section while Petty Officer Osei and the engineering team continued mining the computer core. The surrendered Lenian pilot remained useful under guard. The children engineer remained even more useful and significantly more nervous. The Queen Mary was stable. That was good. It was also no longer attached to Hernandez's ship. That was better. Singapore needed freedom of movement. Hernandez stood on the bridge with the command plot expanded across the forward display. Aelari Prime filled the lower half in cloud, ocean, and green continent. The temple complex lay beneath a mountain range on the night side edge of their current orbital pass, marked in amber. Avenel sat 40 kilometers east, marked smaller in blue. Thrihiel's surface force remained approximate, triangulated from Hansen's reports, passive orbital scans, and the very limited sensor returns they could collect without turning the sky above a Bronze Age civilization into a fireworks demonstration. Bishop sat at helm. Gomez stood at tactical assist station behind her, still tired from shuttle ferry duty but functional. Bassie worked science. Her shoulders tense in the way Hernandez had learned meant she was trying to make instruments tell the truth without asking questions too loudly. The bridge was quiet, not calm. Quiet. Hernandez preferred honest noise. "Update," she said. Bassie answered without looking up. "Surface siege continuing. Captain's last packet confirms Thrihiel has Kehlar mercenaries positioned outside the temple complex. Kethra's faction present. Hansen's group holds inner terraces and main entrances. Himura and Aelari entered the hall during the previous window. Artifact broadcast has subsided." The artifact broadcast. Hernandez still did not like that phrase, not because she did not understand it. She understood enough. The Aelari Prime node had awakened far enough to ask whether it should unlock. Houston had received the signal through deep space instruments. Joseph Thompson had perceived it directly and refused confirmation. A 14-year-old boy had shown more strategic restraint than several committees she had served under. Hernandez made a private note never to say that aloud. "Any renewed pattern activity?" she asked. "None," Bassie said. "The node remains responsive but dormant." "Thrihiel movement?" "Probable probing along western and lower approaches. No mass assault yet. His technical team attempted at least one scan of the temple structure. We saw a weak reflection. But the mountain and local interference are degrading resolution." Gomez added, "No sign of off-world extraction assets besides the Queen Mary, and we have her." "We have the one we know about," Hernandez said. "Yes, Commander." She looked at the orbital plot. The current standoff was not sustainable. Hansen had 3 Marines with pistols, a handful of Aelari Moon priesthood acolytes, Aelari, Himura, 2 bound prisoners, and a sacred chamber behind him. Thrihiel had fewer options than before, but fewer was not none. A cornered enemy with ideology, technical knowledge, and an active religious fracture was still an enemy with initiative. Hernandez did not like giving initiative away. She also did not like what she was about to order. "Bishop," she said. Bishop turned her head slightly. "Commander." "Bring us down." No one asked whether she meant altitude. They knew. Bassie looked up. Hernandez continued. "Low orbital support track over the temple region. Minimum emissions, but I want stronger comms and targeting geometry. We are past pretending this is a normal observation profile." Bishop's hands moved over the helm controls. "Aye, Commander. Plotting low support orbit." Gomez watched the trajectory appear. "That will make us visible from the surface." "Yes. Not just to Thrihiel." "I know." Bishop did not look back. "We can shape the pass to minimize naked-eye visibility over populated zones. Do it where possible, not at the expense of surface support." "Aye." Bassie's voice was careful. "Commander, if Singapore drops to that altitude, any Aelari looking up during the right part of the night will see us as a moving star. Possibly a bright one depending on angle, hull reflection, and the position of Aelari Prime's moon." Hernandez looked at the planet. "Noted." That was a cold word for what it meant. Another violation. The list had become long enough that counting it served no purpose except self-punishment. Hansen and Himura had been received as gods. Marsh had died and been buried according to Aelari rites. Himura had performed those rites. Aelari knew mortal truth and carried it as a secret inside faith. The hall had responded to a human doctor. Thrihiel had already weaponized the mask-bearers. Kehlar had declared a new theology around a Kehlar rogue. Against that, a moving star in the sky seemed minor. It was not minor. Not really. Non-interference did not collapse all at once. It frayed. A thread here, another there. Every thread could be justified. Every justification could be true. Then one day a civilization looked up and saw a ship where its cosmology had expected only gods, moon, and stars. Hernandez accepted the cost because the alternative was worse. "Execute," she said. Bishop brought Singapore lower. The frigate responded smoothly, drive output trimmed and shaped, thermal profile managed as far as physics allowed. Aelari Prime grew larger beneath them. Cloud bands widened, mountain ridges sharpened in passive imaging. The temple complex resolved from an abstract marker into a dark shape embedded in terrain, ancient stone and Aelari additions nested in shadow. Hernandez gripped the edge of the command rail. Not hard. Enough. "Altitude?" she asked. Bishop answered. "Descending through 200 kilometers. Target track 120. Maintaining low emission profile. We will be visible on the next pass over evenal sky if anyone is looking east of the moon." Bassi adjusted the scan. "Temple comm window improves in 4 minutes. Open tight beam as soon as we have geometry." "Aye." The bridge lighting dimmed automatically as the ship entered the support posture. Not battle stations, not yet. But close. Close enough that everyone's hands found the places they belonged. Gomez said, "Weapons remain cold?" "For now," Hernandez said. He nodded. The word kinetic sat behind the question. They had options. Not good ones. A precise kinetic strike from orbit could obliterate a Kehlar position. It could also fracture sacred terraces, kill Aelari caught too near the target, and turn the sky into an executioner in front of a Bronze Age civilization already trying to decide whether gods had returned. Hernandez would use it only if the alternative was Hansen's team dying or Thrihiel reaching the artifact. Even then, she would hate it. Especially then. "Queen Mary status?" she asked. Gomez checked. "Holding higher orbit, offset trailing. Veros reports data extraction continuing. He says the hauler remains ugly but obedient." Bishop's mouth twitched. Hernandez pretended not to see it. "Tell him ugly and obedient is acceptable." Gomez sent the message. Seconds later he coughed. Varos replies, "A low standard, but operationally sufficient." Bishop did not laugh. "Barely." "Focus," Hernandez said, though she needed the moment too. The surface comm link opened. Static first, then a pulse, then Hansen's voice, thin but clearer than it had been in days. "Singapore, Hansen." Hernandez stepped toward the command pickup. "Captain, we have moved to low orbital support. The Queen Mary is clear and holding higher offset. Varos remains in command of the hauler. We have improved comms and limited support options." A pause. Then Hansen said, "Define support." "We can provide near real-time observation during passes, enhanced communications, and, if absolutely necessary, kinetic intervention." Another pause. Longer. Hernandez knew what he was thinking, the same thing she was. "Visible from the surface?" he asked. "Yes." Understood. He did not rebuke her. He did not thank her either. Good, neither would have helped. "Status ground?" she asked. "Siege tight. Thrihiel holds outer approaches. Kehlar's with him. Probing attacks only so far. Himura and Aelari entered the hall. Artifact remains dormant after the broadcast." "Any sign he knows about Joseph's refusal?" "Unknown. He knows something changed. He also knows his ship is gone." "Then his timeline may compress." "Yes." Bassi made a small gesture from science. Hernandez nodded for her to speak. "Captain," Bassi said, "our low orbit is improving structure scans around the temple. I am mapping possible approach corridors. There may be a western service route beneath the outer terrace. Not confirmed. Hansen's voice sharpened. Send to Kimov. Already packaging. Good. Static pulled at the signal. Hansen came back. Hernandez. Yes, Captain. You made the right call. She kept her face still. Let's hope history agrees. History is busy causing problems. Despite everything, she almost smiled. The signal faded as geometry shifted. Bishop adjusted the orbit for the next pass. Commander, Bassi said quietly. Hernandez turned. Bassi had moved one of the optical feeds to the secondary display. It showed Evenal 40 kilometers away, smaller than the temple, nestled in jungle and river lines. Night had fallen there. Fires burned in the village. People were outside, many of them. Their heads were tilted upward. Hernandez did not speak. The image magnified. Evenal's villagers stood in courtyards, on platforms, beside water channels and moonhouse steps. Aelari's village, the place where Hansen and Imura had descended, eaten fruit and bread, slept under alien stars and become impossible to explain. Above them, crossing the sky, Singapore shone. Not as a ship to their eyes, a moving star, a bright one, separate from the single moon they already knew, sliding where no ordinary star should slide. Some knelt, some raised hands, some clung to each other. One of Bassi's passive audio filters caught fragments through atmospheric distortion and village noise. The translator struggled, then offered a partial phrase. Their house of light watches? Another. The sun and moon are not alone? Another. The sky keeps vigil. Hernandez stared at the screen. There it was. Another thread cut? Another story born? A minor violation if anyone writing reports later wanted to be merciful. Not minor to them. Bishop saw it on her side display but did not turn. Gomez stopped moving for a second. Bassi's face looked stricken and awed in equal measure. Hernandez should have looked away. She did not. The villagers of Evenal watched Singapore pass overhead and interpreted the light as the gods watching over the pair below. In a strange way, they were right. That did not absolve anything. It did not condemn everything either. Hernandez had learned command existed mostly in that space, where no choice was clean, but refusing to choose was still a choice, and usually the worst one. Maintain track, she said. Her voice was steady. Bishop answered, maintaining. Bassi, continue scans. Prioritize western service route and any Kehlar movement. Aye, Commander. Gomez, keep kinetic packages computed but saved. Yes, Commander. Aelari Prime rolled beneath them. The temple complex approached the next pass. Behind them, the Queen Mary held higher orbit with Thrihiel's stolen secrets in its core. Below them, Hansen and Himura stood in a sacred machine under siege. And 40 kilometers away, a village watched a new star cross the sky and made meaning from it because that was what people did when the universe became too large to bear without story. Hernandez remained on the bridge. The siege had tightened. So had the sky. This has been part 5 of the Verdant Paradox, the second book in R.M. Stratton's military sci-fi series, Concord Horizon. If you like the audiobook, the ebook is available on Amazon at the link in the description.